I was just going to put this up. Yeah, it's me. Yeah. This is your laptop right here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna grab your mic.
Okay.
While I'm doing that, pull up your projection,
Sure.
your presentation.
All right.
And let's record that.
Brilliant. Yes.
And I'll be right back.
All right.
So you want to like grab a seat? I feel the great. Hey everybody, how's everybody doing today? I can tell y'all are excited to be here. That's more like it. That is around this place. Welcome to Deming Days 2025. We're doing this is about Deming AI, and we're also roasting our guest of honor today, the infamous John Willis. So, who's this is their first DevOps days? That's How many people have been to a DevOps Days before, but this is their first time in Atlanta? That's welcome to. So I'll just stick to the deck here. I'm Chris Corriere, I'll call you Chris on most social media platforms. Um, I've been organizing this event for close to a decade now, along with other folks you see. Andre, Andre's in the back. We've got Garrett, Vivek, Sindhu, Claire Moss, Juna, um, all friendly people. Big shout out to them. I can't do this event by myself for sure. It definitely takes an army of folks, um, volunteers and organizers. If the way where we got how we got here today really started back in Antwerp before the 50th year anniversary. DevOps Days, we are a global event with a lot of events with different organized across different cities around the world. Um, and everybody knows if you've talked to any other conference organizers, we've got a rich ecosystem of events between DevNexus and Render, meetups, etc. in Atlanta. We were at All Things Open AI up in Durham a few weeks ago. Um, we're starting to come back post pandemic, but it's still been a little bit of a struggle getting things off. So at the organizer summit, we were talking about all this and trying to figure out what we are going to do. Someone floated out the idea of maybe we need to rebrand it from DevOps Days, like AI ML Ops Days, something. And me being the smartest that I am, I said that doesn't sound like fun at all. That sounds like a lot of work. Our volunteer organized events. So me and the other organizers, we don't get paid for this. We just do it for fun. And that was my line in the sand. If we're gonna keep doing this, it needs to be fun. I don't want it to be like a miserable experience. That's gonna be the case we should just quit. So if we're gonna do the rebrand, why not rebrand it to Deming Days Atlanta? And we'll host a roast for John Willis. And nobody thought it. Honestly, folks thought I was kidding. Um, Apparently, the concept of a comedic roast is an American invention. Like a lot of the Europeans didn't even know what I was talking about. And then, like gradually, folks were like, "No, he's being serious. He's really going to try to do this." And Nathan was in Antwerp. Garrett, who's out front, he was in Antwerp. So was Claire. It was sort of like, maybe we have like 20 people show up today and no sponsors, and this is the last one we ever do. But we're going to go out with a bang and roast John. We're going to talk about him all day, but like we wouldn't have DevOps in the United States if he hadn't brought it over to Silicon Valley like 15, 16 years ago. So another round of applause for John. I am literally, we're going to clap it for John for like 2 days. It's going to be awesome. Anyway, that's how I ended up here. Obviously, when they heard we were roasting John, the sponsors formed a line like, shut up and take my money. We've got like pretty solid attendance today. We're about half full. It's good. Good. Yeah, thank you all for being here. Please read the code of conduct. I'm actually going to jump out to the site so we can do this. Uh, So the quick version is we're dedicated to a harassment conference experience for everyone, regardless of gender, identity, and expression, age, sexual orientation, disability, physical appearance, body size, race, ethnicity, religion, or lack thereof, or technology choices. We do not tolerate harassment of conference participants in any form. Sexual language and imagery is not appropriate for any conference venue, including talks, workshops, Twitter, other online media. Conference participants violating these rules may be sanctioned or expelled from the conference without a refund at the discretion of the conference organizer. So, uh, obviously, we're going to be towing that line a bit with John today. It's been sort of like, how do we find the sweet spot? We're ripping John, but not violating the code of conduct. Yeah, try to be kind to each other. If you have any issue, if there's something we can help with, please go to registration and they'll escalate from there. We have security on site today. if things get really out of hand, which has never happened. Yes, if you've got a problem, please let us know. I believe my next slide is going to look at the schedule real quick. So we've got 4 talks this morning, world-class all-star group of presenters we brought there. We'll break for lunch around noon. Then we go into Ignite talks, which are 5-minute talks, 20 slides. They auto-advance. We're an icebreaker into open spaces, which are the orange sections on here. So who's done open spaces before? We got a few. So the short version is these are breakout sessions where attendees get to pitch topics to the audience. You write it on a sticky note. You come say, "Hey, I want to learn about this," or "I know a lot about this." And then you sort of organize them to breakout rooms. We've got the library, the parlor, and a sugarberry and cottonwood downstairs. Sometimes we stick people outside. We're going to do a big one in here. First open space today. Going to be a book signing with John and Katie Anderson. Our 30-minute talk. So they're going to do the book signing in here for the first open space, and we're going to do a Deming, Lean, and AI open space as they're signing books. We'll segue into more conversation. So that's really cool. That'll be a lot of fun. Wi-Fi code if you didn't get it. I had to dig this up, so I figured I'd put it in the deck. Uh, People pulling out phones and taking pictures. There's also a little sign right in front of the double doors here. Of course, thank you to our sponsors. This is like the laziest sponsor slide I've ever done. We've got the big sign here and over there. And our platinum sponsor this year is Honeycomb. The big shout out to Honeycomb. Uh, if we jump back to the schedule, you'll see we've got a happy hour at Port Tapper in Midtown that starts at 6. That location is open, so like if you get there before 6, you can hang out downstairs or whatever. But thanks to Honeycomb, we were able to sponsor that event and be sprung for the nacho bar. I think we got like $1,000 worth of guacamole. I hope you like guacamole. And with that, we're going to go ahead and let Honeycomb come up with a 2-minute pitch on why they're awesome and what they're doing at this event.
Thank you for making us the sponsor. My name is Howard Yu. I'm a staff solution architect. I just want to say a couple of things about Honeycomb. We, oh, yeah, we are the observability platform. So we basically make developers or employees, engineers, whoever is developing the code, pushing out the code, do it in a much easier and faster way. One of the things that, 3 of the things that we actually believe and put in our platform are unified story, where we see that much of the efforts of trying to monitor or try to do the observability journey actually takes a lot of the integrations or instrumentation of your code. We want to make it much more simple. Right? Have a unified sort of a way to ingest all your metrics, traces, or logs as seemingly as possible, so that you are not really spending 3-folds of your efforts into instrumenting all of them. We are a great supporter for open telemetry as a standard. So that's our standard language, and that's our philosophy. If you speak the same language, we'll be more unified. That's actually the number one that we are trying to do. Number 2 is the fast. So you have the same language. You actually treat the data same. So telemetry data like metrics and logs and traces, they all conform to the same format and wide event structure stored in our storages. That it makes a job much more faster. You have a simpler way to query those data, right? Simpler way to visualize those data, simpler way to utilize those data, analyze those data. So the second thing that we believe is the fast. So we give the speed, see everything, ask any questions that you want, like really ask just about any questions so that you can move fast, you can accelerate. Last thing is about the collaboration. So we kind of think that the tools are not only for the engineers or any sophisticated. Like you don't really have to be experts in observability. Anybody can use the tool and also collaborate. What you do in Honeycomb can be shared. It's automatically shared as a histories, as a shared queries. So people do have a much better chances of sort of look at the problems in the same way, so that they can sort of work together much of the same thing. Because we see that like a lot of the cases, customers have like 5 or 6 different tools. Maybe YouTube merchants are musicians, or maybe they have set up like different projects. We want to make sure that our tool is kind of a place for people to come in and work together. So those are kind of a three major thing that we are trying to achieve. So that's the Honeycomb observability platform. It's very similar to what other platforms are, but essentially all the things about how do we collect data and how do we store the data. We have a dedicated storages for ingesting wide events, thousands of attributes in a high dimensionality. So that the reason why we want to do this is because we want to let people ask questions as much as possible on our platform, essentially. So anyway, try Honeycomb. If you have any questions, feel free to visit our table. We have 2 tables over there on the outside, and we also have drivers for doing a observability quiz where you can actually take a look at how Honeycomb actually works. Um, yeah, and that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Yes, please visit the sponsors during the break. We are going to have sponsor passports out front, where if you visit all the sponsors and get a stamp, we've got an Oculus Rift Meta Quest, I think it's called now, 3, whatever. I don't know so much about that. Raffling one of those off. A lot of people are excited about it. We've also got some gift cards to Longhorn Steakhouse and Starbucks, since those meat and coffee get roasted like our buddy John Willis. Once you get it all stamped up, there's a portable barbecue that you can poke it inside of. We're going to do drawings out. We're also going to raffle off a little barbecue at some point. Enough rambling for me. Time to get on with the show. Let's hear it one more time for John Willis.
Got it on? Good. Where is it? Here. How we doing there? Hey, there we go. So I got to tell a quick story. That's why I always run out of time. So when Chris mentioned the idea of roasting me, I said, "You're not and then he said, "No, but I'm serious." I'm like, okay. So I asked a person in the industry who I kind of know, and I said, if you had chosen to roast me, what would you say? I said something terrible. I mean, like hit me to the quick, right? So I'm like, I go back to Chris and Chris, I don't want to do this. Like the first person I asked literally said something terrible about me. And then, but I love it because then I show Nathan Hart. I don't know Nathan forever. Nathan's the nice guy. I go up there, I'm crying. I call my wife. There's my wife here. I'm like, I don't know, and I call Nathan. I go, Nathan, do you like me? And he goes, John, I love you. I'm like, okay, will you do the roast? So anyway, I felt a little better about it. Anyway, so I asked ChatGPT. So I got to make fun of myself, right? So I asked ChatGPT. For those who know me, I'm a Deming freak. My last book was about Deming. So here's what O3 said about if I asked somebody, said, I'm going to roast a guy named John Willis, aka Botchagaloop. Give me a joke, and it did that. But this is something I spent all night trying to find. So back in 2016, I worked for Docker. I sold the company Docker. And I don't know what I was thinking when I made this post when I was presenting at DockerCon, but a couple of people really picked up on it and made fun of me. Um, so the lessons learned: don't make stupid poses when you're speaking. Me and that was a real picture. There's me saving the world, uh, diving somewhere. I don't know, maybe in Hawaii. And then All right, so I've done a lot of things. I'm not going to bore you with all that stuff. As you know, I sold a company to Docker. I've done quite a few cool things. I've got a fair amount of books now. Probably the most famous one is the DevOps Handbook, which I co-authored with some incredibly smart people. The book that I spent 10 years writing was about Dr. Deming. That's why people joke about me being obsessed with Dr. Deming, which I am. But when I was asked, all seriously now, right? So we're finished the joke. Like, I'll talk about this new book I just finished. And we're gonna do a book signing on it. And I was thinking, like, how do I use this book? No, and when I'm presenting, I really wanted to think about, like, what is the arguments that we're not making about AI? And so some of this is a little heady, but, like, there's sort of, like, a historical construct to, like, if we don't know where we came from, then how do we know what we're doing? And then there's the sort of, epistemological, the philosophical question. What is this thinking thing? And that's where I'll get a little meta. And I don't really cover the ethical argument, but I mean, it's an important argument. I do cover it a little bit. But the historic perspective, so I wrote a book. I'm giving out a preview copy, signed copy today. I'm hoping that it will drop on June 5th. But if you sign up for my newsletter, I'm going to have a special edition run of it, probably at the author cost. Today's books are free, but it's only half the book. Um, so at any point you go, it's just AICIO .ai, and then anybody who subscribes to that will get the offer for the sort of the final but special print version. So what I did about 2 years ago, had this idea of, like, there's a great story in the history of AI. And so I've literally over about a 2-year period have read, I think it's now 23 books of all these stories about AI. And I've made this list, and some of these books are amazing of what I've done to find out. And so one of the things I was thinking about when I was trying to writing a book about the history of AI is really difficult. It's not linear. There's, like, different paths. You've probably heard about expert systems, neural networks, all these things, right? And so every time I started going through any one thread, I realized it was gonna make the reader's head spin. Because you could, like, get all the way to 1998 and have to go back to 1950, and then you get all the way to 2005, and then you have to go back. And one of the things, I don't know if he's here. Derek, you here? Derek has been my consultant and helper, and, he came up with this idea, why don't we do it based on the census? Then we have the freedom to follow a line of, like, how AI can count, think, learn, and so we would follow those threads, and at least it doesn't make your head spin. So that's sort of the way the book was um, constructed. And then the other question of all this, like, why now? Like, why? I think there's a couple of things I think were interesting. I was at IBM at the beginning of the year, and I gave a presentation to the executives there, and I wanted to point out, like, the insanity of what's going on with AI. And I think you all know this, right? But so the first benchmarks were like in 1998. 1998 is a really interesting year. But basically, in 1943, the first paper about a neural network, like math, calculus of the brain, is 1943. And so we've got what from 1943 to 1998. We could say that's maybe the start of time, not really, but, like, that's when the first benchmark is. And in 1998 is interesting because it is it's the first time that a neural network is used for commercial endeavor. And it's called the MNIST. It was Jan LeCun, and it was the post office and actually NCR was involved in this too, local company. But the post office wanted to be able to recognize through a neural network handwritten numbers. So it's like sort of the one-on-one. If you ever heard the MNIST AI, if you're learning neural networks, the first sort of lesson or lab you do is the MNIST database. But at the same time, a woman named Janet Baker starts the stake in the ground for Siri. So I have a really cool chapter about Siri and all the craziness that goes on. But Janet Baker creates Dragon Systems. And I won't go through all the timeline. I do in the book, but you have really interesting points in time. But the point of the thing is the benchmark. Notice, like, where everything's going. It's sort of slow growth in most things. When you get to about 2016, and reading comprehension just goes straight up, right? And then you get to 2018. Well, 2017 is the famous attention is all you need paper. And so if you know what the T is in GPT, it's called transformer. And a lot of people say that changed everything. I don't really think it did, and I'll explain why. That's a really important. And then if you've heard about AlphaGo, like the first computer program by the DeepMind, ultimately Google, that beat the greatest at the time, the greatest Go player. And then you got ChatGPT. But notice here, like in 22, it just goes straight up, right? Right. So like it's kind of an interesting like compression of time, or sort of a Cambrian explosion here, starting around 2016, 17. But it gets crazier. These are two benchmarks I like to follow. There's a lot of benchmarks. One's the sort of graduate level foolproof. This is like how well a human or an AI would do on a graduate level subject, right? And so if you go back a little less than a year ago, the state of the art on that benchmark was 60%. In less than a year, it's gone up to 84%. Right? Like these are like if I've got a master's degree in chemistry, how well would I answer questions in biology? It's basically sort of you're at that level, but you're not a subject matter expert, but you are at that level an engineer trained. In the coding as well. Like at that time, human eval, which is basically a basic benchmark for coding, was what, 70%. Look where it is now, 99%, right across the board. O3, O4 Mini, Gemini 2.5, um, and Claude 3.7 is all within sort of 99% range. Like that's, I mean, go back again a year ago, it was 70%. I mean, that's just insane, right? And then look what happened this year. You had the DeepSeek come out. You had, you know, even as far as February, the reasoning was 77 and 90, and the coding was 99%. And here's for the DevOps folks. There's something called SWE-bench, software engineering bench. Right. This is a benchmark of if you take an issue on GitHub, how well can it answer and fix that problem? Right. So a year ago, it was 2%. Right, 2%. Okay. There was a product called Devon that was announced about a year ago. It went up to 9%. Oh my God, 9% that it can fix things. I mean, look where the benchmark is now with Augment Agent. It's 61, 62%. Less than a year. Anyway, so it's kind of crazy. The one other thing I like to think about is Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Chase. Over the years, if you want to track some of his most interesting shareholder letters, he creates these shareholder, and every once in a while they're landmark. Back when the internet first started attacking banking, he wrote Silicon Valley's coming, and they just dropped about a week ago, 2 weeks ago, the recent, and he talked heavily about what. So if you want the pulse of the technology from one, I think, the most interesting technology CEOs, and what he thinks. Now you don't have to agree with him, but this is what like the mind share at JP Morgan Chase is about right now about AI. It's incredibly interesting. Um, and so I talked about the history, and then this is a really quick review. The book covers a lot of the history, and at the end I'll show you some of the names that are covered. But one of the things I was challenged while I was writing a book by a couple of good friends is that this idea of the philosophy or an epistemological approach to are you just going to talk about how AI is going to take the world, and absolutely not. I just wanted to tell a story. In fact, when I write my book, I try to model them after Michael Lewis, right? Like I like to sort of like take a Moneyball story or take a deep technology and then go ahead and try to explain it to two people, a subject matter expert and my mother-in-law, right? And I did that in my Deming book. I mean, the sort of my crowning achievement was my mother-in-law understood Schrodinger's cat, right? Like that was a win, right? Like, so that's what I'm trying to do. And I really, in those 23 books, they all had an opinion about artificial general intelligence or ASI, AGI, and that's nonsense to me. And I'll get to it a little bit. Because I was challenged by a few people that thought I was going to go the route of talking about how AI is going to take over the world, glorious. And by the way, I'm a big fan of AI. I'm also a realist, right? And so I got challenged to write this epilogue, and through a lot of advice, and it's like Again, the book's going to be frozen in a week from now. Like this 3 more times before I get there. But I thought about the philosophy of AI, and a couple of things. This friend of mine, challenged me first with this idea that to study science, you have to understand the philosophy of science, right? I don't think anybody would disagree with that. So his argument is to study AI, you have to understand the philosophy of AI. And then the question is, what is the philosophy? Is there a philosophy? Are we even having a conversation about what it could or isn't? And so one of the things that when I was writing the book in the epilogue, and I'll tell you sort of I created a cultural funny story around this, um, is that when we started the book, I started this idea of like humankind's quest to create a thinking machine. Right, and like, so that's really going back to 1943 when the 2 guys tried to sort of use calculus and Boolean logic to figure out how the brain works, right? And, this sort of nails it, we wanted to build a machine that can think, and we did. By the way, my postulate is that we have created an alien cognition machine. But here's the thing, all the time we were oblivious to the implied assumption statement, we have been on a quest to build a machine that thinks like humans. It never occurred to us that we might build a machine that thinks differently. And I think therein lies the discussion about the philosophy of AI, right? Like we have to sort of think about, okay, let's start arguing that it is or isn't a thinking machine. It is a thinking machine. But our sort of argument today is, can it ride a bicycle? Nah. It doesn't do math as good as us. Nah. Well, I mean, our math is like a very tight, like structure of all reasoning. So it actually does math better than us if we move those constraints. So what I did is, anybody remember the movie Arrival? Yeah, it's a cool movie. And so when I would argue with people who were doing this AGI stuff, I'm like, why are you comparing it to why are you asking questions? Can I ride a bicycle? Will it ever wash dishes? Does it do math this way? Oh, and it hallucinates. Oh my God. Well, by the way, humans hallucinate too. And and then I was thinking about this movie, and the doctor in here is a linguistic, right? When they ask her to go ahead, Dr. Banks is the character, and they ask by Amy Adams, right? And they ask her that she said they want her to communicate with these alien people who we can't understand what it is. And like my first thought was she didn't go to them and say, "Can you ride a bicycle?" Like she didn't ask the kind of questions we're asking with all these benchmarks. What she did is tried to figure out how to communicate with him and what was the sort of scientific method of understanding that communication. In fact, one of the most interesting parts, if you watch the movie, I had to rewind it like 4 times, and there's no rewind, but like I had to keep playing it back. In the beginning, the army colonel comes to her and says, "I would like you to sort of figure out how to communicate with these aliens." Like 17 or 18 ships show up all around the earth, right? We don't know why they're here. We can't talk to them. We don't know what. And and she says, "Well, I have to meet him," and he says, "Absolutely not." And so then he goes, "Well, I'm leaving," and she names, "Oh, so you're going to see this person next, probably the second best neuro linguistics, right?" And she says, "Well, before you talk to him, ask him what translation war in Sanskrit is." You can't even hardly hear it. And then the general comes back the next day with a helicopter to pick her up, and she's like, kinda, "What did he say?" And he said, "Argument." And so there was nothing in the movie about this. So the geek I am, I went out and found some threads of all these linguists who explain everything about that dialogue. Turns out the translation of war, or one of the translations of war in Sanskrit, is more callous. Here's the point: if she was focused on the way the human bias was of communicating with those things, it would have probably been focused on war and threat and these ideas. And that's why it was so critical for her to make that statement of ask him this, because we might go down the communication. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is that's a meta for, I think, how we're sort of communicating with AI right now. And so going back to the epistemology, right, I think you can reasonably say that if we map reasoning to AI, we could say that deductive reasoning is basically expert systems. I know, like I've gotten kind of almost punched in the face for saying this, but I think it's a good structure for thinking about. Your expert systems are rule-based, right? Some people call that symbolic AI. And then your sort of neural networks are your inductive reasoning, right? And sort of the missing piece right now that I think we have to sort of debate or understand is what's called abductive reasoning. And abductive reasoning is like the sort of like, if you're old enough, remember the Columbo show, right? He shows up for a murder mystery. He looks around, and part of his instinct, part of like the way somebody's dressed, all those things sort of fit. And it's sort of that human aspect that the models can't. Sort of the models only know what the models know. Now they can do brilliant correlations to get to what appears to be emergent behavior. But if you know the AlphaGo story, Move 78, you don't look it up. It's in my book, or you read my book. Is that is an abductive? There was no model for the move that he made that beat AlphaGo. And then, so of course, I struggled so hard in my book figure out how to get Deming in it, and it was down to the wire. We're like, all right, this ain't gonna happen. There's no Deming in this book, in this history of it. I mean, I even like did research on was there any sort of dialogue between, if you know, Herbert Simon was a big influencer of Dr. Deming or cross influencer, and Herbert Simon is a critical piece of the history of AI, right? Like surely there was a letter somewhere between Deming. Deming wrote letters to everybody, and I couldn't find any. Until I got to the end, and I started thinking about like how do I describe this philosophy of AI? And one of Deming's, that book, the whole book is about his journey to come up with something called profound knowledge, which is a profound way, a profound model for a framework of how to deal with complexity or organizations. And it is like I think it's 4 pieces, or it's 4 elements of a lens to understand complexity. And if I apply it to the philosophy of AI, abductive reasoning, theory of knowledge, scientific method. It was what Dr. Banks did in Arrival, right? She went in there with a scientific, abductive reasoning mindset to communicate with the alien. She didn't come in with this, well, if you say this, then you're probably here to destroy humankind. If you right, she went in with a sort of open mind of how to deal with it. Variation is a big part of the Deming philosophy. In there, it's understanding signal and noise. There again, with AI, I think we need to I think noise is an AGI argument. Noise is every time a new model comes out, Ethan Mollick, bless his soul, wrote a great book, tries to prove whether it can do math or not. I mean, that's just wasted brain power. All these comparisons that everybody does every time a new model comes out, I think we're just wasting time. And then people say that the attention is all you need. The Transformer paper by Google it changed everything. It changed everything to a small group of geeks, honestly, because GPT-3.5, there was still a very small community of people that GPT-3.5. It wasn't until they put a UX, a simple chat UX, on all that 80, 90, you could say 200 years of technology, that everything changed. So it was ChatGPT. The point of my book is ChatGPT didn't have it in March 2022. It started basically in 1943, and even before that, of a real beautiful journey of all these rebels. And then appreciation of the system is, I think this is the other thing we have to deal with is AI has been built by humans, because what do we know? We know it's sort of grokked everything that humans have talked about on the internet. And so it has all our biases and all our flaws. But when people say, stop, I can't use AI because it hallucinates, well, guess what? We all have those same biases, and like it is just an extension of something we've created, a Frankenstein of ourselves. So stop talking about ACI. It doesn't matter. It's an alien cognition, but it's different from us. So comparing to us is a waste of time. And I think it takes away the oxygen from having more meaningful conversations, what I call the philosophy of AI, which I haven't even begun to have a deep understanding of. But I think our industry is not having that either. And like the philosophy of science, we need to basically adopt this. Anyway, here's sort of a list of the different characters, and this is just a short list. I will warn you, a lot of characters in this book, but there's no way around that. But ideal place, really unbelievable. And what I love to do is tell human stories, to tell you like how brilliant she was and what she did and how she translated the Babbage analytical engine. But she's also like a master in horse betting race, and lost a ton of money. Like Alan Turing, of course. I'll save Walter Pitts for a minute. Claude Shannon used to ride around IBM building or Bell Labs buildings in a tricycle, right? Like John McCarthy, Grace Hopper. I didn't realize this until late in the story how instrumental Grace Hopper is in the history of AI. Because she's the first one that takes a natural language approach to bits and bytes. A compiler basically is the first NLP, if you think about it, right? Jan LeCun, of course, Janet Baker, I talked about. She's, basically starts the whole voice recognition. Jeffrey Hinton, Dennis Hatzabach, that's a book by itself. He's at when he's like 4, he beats his dad in chess. At 11, he's a chess master. At 13, he wants to basically cure cancer. And then last year, he won the Nobel Prize for protein folding. Oh, sorry, no calls right now. Um, the Yeah, I mean, just fascinating human, right? And that's the beauty of all these people. They're just fascinating. Fei-Fei Li, if Fei-Fei Li doesn't do what she does, we don't have ChatGPT in 2022. And nobody talks about her. They talk the Godfather, LeCun, and Hinton. You very rarely hear what Fei-Fei Li. And Fei-Fei Li, just the short version is she took images, a ton of NLP words, used Mechanical Turk, slimmed them together, and got us to a place where, most pictures we build today on Sora or any of the tools, right, that exists, right? And Joyce Bolimi, she's got a great book. Look about actually, Joyce Bolimi was a student at Georgia Tech, and she basically had an AI project where the AI project couldn't recognize her because the color of her skin. And she started a whole thing about AI ethics and the bias eye, and it's a brilliant, brilliant book. I cover a chapter about her, but I would definitely recommend buying it. All right, so we got about 6 minutes, and I'm going to tell you my favorite story in my book. So there's this guy, Walter Pitts, and we'll come back to this guy should be the movie. He's one of the guys who wrote a paper in '43, basically the first neural network paper. But he winds up getting involved with 3 other people. This McCullough, if you've heard of Norbert Wiener, and a guy you probably heard of is Jerry Letfin. So these guys I call them the Beatles of epistemology. Right, and so they literally are together, and they have an office at MIT, and they put a sign under I could never find the real sign. It was like a paper sign, and the sign of the office said, experimental epistemology. And by the way, AI is called AI because John McCarthy was lazy and picked a terrible name. It should have been called cybernetics, right? And the jealousy and all that, right? So Norbert Wiener and his gang are solving things in the 50s that literally would change the world. And here's where it gets the interesting human story. So Norbert Wiener is basically a failure. We hear him today if people study cybernetics and how important it is, but he was this prodigy, the youngest person to get into Harvard. He basically, but he was a failure. He kept like losing jobs, and his wife was an heir to. She was like very frustrated that her husband that she married didn't become the man, and somehow it turns out she accused this guy Walter Pitts. I'm bouncing around, but I'm going to cover Walter Pitts in a minute, of having an affair with their daughter. Now their daughter was 18 or 7, like old enough, but it was false. So it broke up the Beatles. So she was the Yoko Lennon. All right. So if these 4 would have stayed together, it's unimaginable what like AI would have looked like in the stuff we're doing. But what's more fascinating is this Walter Pitts guy. So Walter Pitts is a real life Goodwill Hunting character. He basically, at about 12, is homeless, speaks 3 languages, gets chased by a gang in Detroit, hides out in Detroit Public Library, reads, picks up, just because he has nothing else to do, Bertrand Russell's Principia Mathematica, 10-volume, sends a letter to Bertrand Russell telling him that he's made a mistake, Bertrand Russell thinks he's talking to a PhD student, invites this 13-year-old to come to Cambridge, which is not going to happen. A couple of years later, they sort of meet up at University of Chicago. They realize how brilliant this young man is. So they hook him up with basically this team, right? This McCullough, Ledefin, and so they all hang out together. And they're like, if you remember the On the Road Jack Kerouac characters, like apparently they're doing drugs at night, they're having bonfires, and they're talking about like really deep subjects, right? And then the three of them go to work the next day. So McCullough is a professor teaching psychology. Letvin is a professor teaching biology. And Pitts, they get him a job as a janitor at the university so he can hang around with them. So he's a real life janitor. And here's the sort of crushing story, right? So like he's a janitor, like the Matt Damon character in Good Will Hunting. Anyway, he starts working heavily with Norbert Wiener. Norbert Wiener is his advisor. He actually works on his dissertation for a PhD, this Pitts guy. And it's brilliant, right? And turns out, because of the accusation, Norbert Wiener is not allowed to hang out with him anymore. He is so distraught, becomes an alcoholic. He burns his dissertation. Harvard literally tries to pull it out of the ashes because they know how important it is. And here's like the killer. I did some research. The name of the paper is called Probabilistic Three-Dimensional Neural Networks. And here's why this is so interesting. This is 1960. We don't get multi-layer networks till the 1980s. What you call a deep neural network. Hinton creates those in 1980. This guy was literally already describing in 1960 a paper that was to describe what happened in the 80s, the first sort of like deep neural networks. And it was destroyed. He destroyed it. The world never got to see it. I know that's very geeky, but like if you understand what a multi-layer network was versus the original single layer, it makes all the difference. And he literally apparently was going to describe what Hinton considered the Godfather. So nobody knows how many people heard of Walter Pitts, right? Nobody. Most people, at least been around AI, know Jeffrey Hinton, right? And nobody's heard of Pitts. Pitts might have actually created the first deep neural network in 1960 in his paper. Anyway, I do. I'll talk about this tomorrow. I love writing books, and so I've been working on a tool that helps people write books, and it's kind of fun. I'll do space tomorrow about a model that sort of learns and helps you. Most people tell me they hate writing books, but I love them. Anyway, that's me. Thank you so much, and try not to be, for the rest of the speakers, not too mean. My wife's here, so hey. All right, thank you all.
Thank you, John. That was great. So next up, we've got Nathan Harvey from Dora with unlocking developer potential with AI, getting better. While he's setting up, we're going to bring some sponsors on stage for their 1-minute pitch. First up is Spacelift. Let's hear it for Spacelift, everybody.
Thank you, Chris. Thanks again, John. My name's EJ. I'm here with the team at Spacelift. We are an infrastructure as code orchestrator promoting developer velocity, developer productivity without sacrificing security. So come stop by our booth. We have awesome stickers. We have the Saturn Head stress ball, and we have poker chips. We also have the Milky Way Lego set giveaway. And one thing I'd like to highlight here today is Thursday, May 15th, Spacelift is hosting the first ever IAC conference right at the comfort of your own home. And it's a virtual event. Aside from a wonderful agenda, we have some awesome speakers. You can register at iacconference.com or stop by our booth, register there. See you guys later. Thank you.
And next up from sponsors, I believe we have Fianu. Yep. Fianu, fine.
It's Fianu. Thanks. Yeah, Fianu is the Irish word for attestation, and that's what Fianu is. An automated governance platform that does attestations, compliance gates, policy management, and software asset inventory from commit to release, allowing you to ship software faster. Come check us out. We're over there with all the yellow stuff. We'd love to talk to you. Thanks.
And Who do we have next? Chef Progress. Yep, we're in order.
Hi. Wow. I'm Mike Butler. I'm a solution architect for Progress Chef, and yes, it's that chef. Um, just wanted to say we're happy to be here and participating in the Debbing days. Um, Stop by our booth. We do have a new product that came out last year that's pretty novel. It is an orchestration tool. We call it Chef Courier. Come learn more about that. We also have a sign up form for some Lego prizes and a quick little survey on products that you like and don't like and those sort of things. And the last thing is that this Thursday, we are hosting a free workshop. It's our chef practitioners workshop just 2 blocks down at WeWork Coda. So if you're interested and or want to learn more about our products, that's a great opportunity to have hands-on keyboards and see what we're doing. Thanks.
And next up, we got DevOps Institute.
Thank you, Chris. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ken with my colleague Cameron. We're with DevOps Institute. DevOps Institute is owned by PeopleCert. PeopleCert is a Greek-based test company that also owns the ITIL framework and the Prince2 methodology. DevOps Institute is a training company. We offer a full curriculum of all DevOps skill sets. And at the end of the training, we obviously certify you. It's online. The certification is recognized worldwide. So if you're a corporate that wants to train your staff, or if you're an individual that wants to look at your career and how you want certified training, come talk to us at our table outside. Thank you.
Awesome. And our last one before we toss it to Nathan is going to be check marks.
Great Sally with check marks. We do application security, every developer, product engineering's favorite subject, right? But in seriousness, our goal is to break down the walls between security and the developer community, give them trust and faith in the security tools and results they're getting, allow them to work in their own IDEs, and essentially make security as efficiently as as efficient as possible. We'll be over there, in the vendor room. We have swag. Come say hello, and yes, we have Legos too. Come enter to win a Millennium Falcon. So thanks for having us, and hope to see you over there. Thank you.
Thank you, check marks. I've seen this deck. The deck looked good. I'm ready for Nathan to walk us through it. Let's hear it from Nathan Harvey, everybody.
All right. Thank you all. I'm so glad to be here today and to share some time with you. And I have to tell you that one of my favorite parts of DevOps Days, especially for those of you that have never done it before, is the part that happens later. It's the open spaces. And if you talk to a colleague and heard like, hey, tell me about open spaces, they would describe it to you. And if you were anything like me, you would get this really uneasy feeling in your stomach. Like, this sounds terrible, and I don't think it's going to work. And trust us, it will work. And maybe one day you'll come back to a DevOps Day and say that was the best part of the conference. In fact, I never want to go to a conference without open spaces. But one of the reasons that I love open spaces is because it allows all of us to switch from this mode of consumer. And honestly, right now, you're kind of consumers. You're sitting there, you're sort of passively taking in information, and you become a true participant in the conversation, a participant in the conference. That's what is so great about open spaces. And with that in mind, I'm going to ask that you stop being consumers right now. In fact, I'm going to give you some tasks to do in my talk. We're going to make this a little bit interactive. So what I'd like you to do is do the thing that I know you're prepared to do, and that is break out a pencil and paper. Because you all came with pencil and paper, right? You don't have to use pencil and paper. You can totally use a pen. It's fine. Or your phone, or even just your mind. I don't care where you write these things down, but I am going to ask you to write a couple of things down. And these things are going to have to do with Dora, and maybe you don't know what Dora is, and that's okay. We'll discover what Dora is, or maybe who Dora is over the next 30 minutes or so. So I want you to write some things down, and we're going to start with one very simple thing. I want you to think about the work that you do every day. And maybe you're a developer, maybe you're an operator, maybe you're a DevOps, maybe you're a security, I don't know, whatever role you have, there is probably one application or service at your work that you most closely identify with? Right? I work at a place called Google. We have a couple of applications or services that you might have heard of. There's one or two that I identify, like that's the thing that I work on. So you probably all have something that you're closest to at work. Like, yeah, I'm so close to it. You don't need to keep giving me all this exposition about what this thing is. I've already written it down, Nathan. You can move on. All right. So you've got that application or service in mind. Now, I want you to keep that application or service in mind because we're going to be thinking about that as I introduce you to some of the key concepts around Dora. And then we'll get to AI and how you can use all of this to get better at getting better. So if you do know Dora, you probably have heard of Dora's metrics. And in fact, that might be all that you know of Dora, is the Dora metrics. And those Dora metrics are sort of, I like to call them the center of gravity of Dora. Dora is all about how do we improve and measure software delivery performance. Well, how do you measure software delivery performance? It's with these 4 keys. We use these 4 measures to understand how is it that software gets into the hands of your users. I want to remind you of something that sometimes we forget. Building something is super fun and it's super awesome. And building something that runs on your laptop provides 0 value to your company, to your customers. It's only in delivering that software to customers where they can actually use it that value starts to be created. And so I love building anything just like you do. But we're professional engineers, professional software developers, and the reason that we build software is so that we can put it in the hands of users. And this really matters. And we wanna measure how well are we at doing that? How good of a job can we do at delivering software? And the truth is, none of you can do it alone. If we're building software of any value that provides real value, it takes a team of people. It takes parts of the organization working together to do that. So we need ways to measure that. And with Dora, we use these 4 key measures. 2 have to do with throughput and 2 have to do with stability. Because we want to understand first, how quickly can we move changes through the system? How quickly can we deliver value to customers? But we also want to not break that value. We don't want to ship something that causes an outage or causes an incident, takes away value from our users. So our 4 measures are here, and I'm going to ask you to think back to that one application. I'm not asking you about your company, but that one application that you've written down. And I want you to think about these 4 measures, and I'm going to describe them here in just a minute. But I want you to answer for me, how would you measure each of these 4 measures? But I don't care about precision. I don't care how precise you are. That's a little bit of a lie. I care a little bit about precision. What I care about from a precision perspective is the units of measure. So when you think about something like the change lead time or the lead time for changes, how long does it take for you when you commit a change to version control, because you're all using version control, right? Please just nod. Don't laugh. That's not funny. We're all using version control. Okay, so I've committed a change to version control, and later I'm going to stop the timer when it lands in the hands of a user. That's my lead time for changes. So write down or think about just the unit of measure. So unit of measure, what is that? It might be minutes, it might be hours, it might be days, it might be weeks, months. For some of you in here, it might be years. How long does it take for that change to land in the hands of the user? Right, so you've got that down. Next up is deployment frequency. So again, just a unit of measure about how frequently are you deploying. Is it once a day? Is it multiple times a day? Is it twice a year? Whatever that is. Those are our throughput metrics. We want to move fast. We want to be able to ship software, ship change to our users. But we don't want to break things all the time. So we have to have some stability measures as well. The next up is our change failure rate. So this will be a percentage. You think over, I don't know, the last year or two, think about the number of deployments that you did and how many of those deployments, those deployments, like we get ready to push the button. That's what happens when you ship software, right? You push the button. How many of those push the button moments turned into expletive moments? Right? You know those. You push the button and you or someone around you shouts out an expletive. That's a change failure. So think of those as a percentage of all of those deployments that you did over the last 2 years, we'll say. I don't know, or a year. I don't care. I'm not going to audit your answers, so you can make them up there also. Okay, and then when that happens, when you had one of those expletive moments, about how long did it take you before you're like, whew, that was close, but now our users are happy again. Everything is working well. That's your failed deployment recovery time. Now, these are the 4 DORA metrics. These are how DORA helps you measure software delivery performance. There's some really interesting things about these 4 measures. First, you thought about that application. Think about any other application at your organization. Could you use these 4 measures to measure its software delivery performance? Of course you could. These 4 measures can work for any application or service that you have. Maybe you work at a bank and you've got some mainframe applications. You can measure their software delivery performance. But you also have some mobile applications. You could use these 4 measures to measure them. What you shouldn't do is compare those two. The mobile application, the mainframe application, they have very different users, very different reasons for existence, very different teams that are responsible for them. Of course, they're going to have different scores, different measures across these 4. There's a really interesting thing about these measures that we've found and repeated in our research for over a decade now. Oftentimes, this might even happen, not for you, but for people around you where you work. We think of throughput and stability as trade-offs of one another. I can either move fast, or I can make sure all of the changes I push to production are stable. I know you don't think that, because our research shows us that that's a lie. These 2 concepts, these 2 facets, if you will, tend to move together. Either you're fast and stable, or you're slow and unstable, which leads you to a choice that you get to make. And I'm going to borrow some words from an author named Dave Farley, who, if you've not heard of him, you've now heard his name. That's all I'll say about him. But he says over the long term, over a time horizon, you have 2 choices. You can either have better software faster, or you can have worse software slower. It's your choice. It's your choice. And that's exactly what we find in our data and when we use these measures. You either have faster software sooner, safer, or you have worse software slower. And if you don't believe me, I just want you to think about your friend, not you, but your friend who works at a place where they deploy to production twice a year. You know what? Forget deploying to production. Think of anything that you do twice a year. How good are you at that thing? You're probably pretty shit at that thing. Let's be honest. Right? And that's what happens when we deploy software. If we deploy software twice a year, I can guarantee you that your expletive rate, your change failure rate, is up to 100%. You're rolling back those changes or having to push forward a hot fix in the moment. That's what happens. That's the reality. Okay, I want you to keep those numbers in mind that you wrote down for those 4 measures. Thanks for doing the exercise. We're not done yet. We're going to have some other things. So, as I mentioned, DORA has this center of gravity around software delivery performance. And why software delivery performance? Well, first, DORA is a research program. It's been running for over a decade now. And as a research program, we have to pick a lane. Basically, we have to decide, what are we going to research? There are so many things that we want to research about how teams work effectively, and we have to sort of ground ourselves somewhere. So we pick software delivery performance. And part of the reason that we picked this is because we recognize that in many organizations, this is a real pain point. And in fact, when this research started, DevOps was just being born, and we were coming out of this agile world where we spent a decade helping developers build things faster. Oh, and operators, well, they'll figure that shit out, right? And so software delivery has always been a bottleneck in so many organizations, and today it might be in your organization as well. But here's one of the things that we've also learned about software delivery performance over time. Software delivery performance is predictive of outcomes that we care about. Outcomes like organizational performance and well-being for people on the team. So now I want you to think about something back to those numbers that you wrote down. And they were kind of not precise numbers, but I want you to think about making a big change. What if you changed that unit of measure? Maybe your change lead time was months. What if that months changed to weeks? Or maybe it was months and you changed it to years. I don't care which direction you shift those units of measure in your mind. Maybe they get better, maybe they get worse. But I want you to just consider, if you change the unit of measure for that application or service, how would it impact the outcomes that you care about? Like your organizational performance. What is organizational performance? I don't know. It's things like revenue and profits and customer satisfaction, things that matter to somebody, maybe not the software engineers, but they matter. They matter. They keep us employed, so that's good. And well-being. you know what well-being is. You know, you're happy with your job, you're not feeling burnt out. So what if you changed the units of measure? Would it impact your organizational performance and well-being? And specifically, how would it impact that? And then I also want to introduce one other concept here from Dora really quickly. If these performance measures are predictive of outcomes that we care about, we want to improve those performance metrics. But you don't improve the performance metrics by thinking really hard about the performance metrics. You want to improve your deployment time? Show up at work and think really hard about deployment frequency and change lead time. That's not how you fix that. That would be like going to someone in sales, and let's be honest, if you're a salesperson, it's way easier to measure your productivity than it is to measure the productivity of a software engineer, right? I'll agree to that. Yeah, because salespeople, like, they get quotas, and then they have to go and deliver on those quotas. So how does a salesperson improve? They show up to work every day and they think really hard about retiring their quota. Man, I'm gonna retire some quota today. I'm just gonna make that big bonus. That's not what they do. They have to do other things, just like we have to do other things to improve those software delivery performance metrics. And those other things are where we spend a lot of our time researching. We call those things capabilities or conditions that you might have within your organization. And specifically, you need these three conditions in order to drive those software delivery performance metrics. You need a climate for learning, you need fast flow, and you need fast feedback in your organization. We'll talk about each one of those in a little bit more detail later on. But these software delivery performance metrics, I want you to think of them as leading indicators. So these measures have to improve before the next thing happens. Leading indicators for those outcomes, but they are trailing indicators for the conditions and capabilities that you have within your. So if I improve those capabilities, I should expect to see improvements in software delivery performance, which in turn should improve the overall outcomes that I have. This is Dora's research for over a decade, summed up in, I don't know what that was, 7 minutes. So this is what I want you to think about when you hear Dora, when you think about Dora, and as we go through the next bit of this presentation. Before we go there, I have one more thing that I want you to write down. What one thing could you change on your team, within your organization, to improve these metrics? And I'll be honest with you, there's probably a dozen you could change. But here's a challenge. Go try to change 12 things tomorrow. You can't do that. You can't do that. Can you change one thing tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe you can make a little bit of a change tomorrow on one thing, on one area. And so my real push to you, these metrics are here, yes, to help us understand how is software delivery performance going, but the purpose of any metric, in my opinion, is to drive change. And the way that we drive change, we're humans. We work together to drive change. So a metric is there to help start a conversation. So I want you to take what you've just written down, I want you to take that back to your team tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. Come back here tomorrow. I want you to take what you've written down and go back to your team on Thursday and say, team, let's talk about how we're doing across these 4 measures and what one thing do we think will help improve those? And then ask the question, why aren't we doing that one thing? Or what can we do to improve that one thing? And you're going to start writing up hypotheses and experiments and say, hey, we believe that by adjusting this, it's going to improve our software delivery performance, which is going to have this outcome for us. And then go do that work. Go prove it out. That's my request of you. And I want to talk more about this in open spaces. But I also put in the talk proposal that I was going to talk about AI. So let's talk a little bit about AI, shall we? All right. So like I said, that's sort of Dora in a nutshell. That's how you use Dora, how you think about Dora. Dora continues to do research. We do research all the time. And in fact, today in this room, y'all are pretty honored. You don't even know it. But we have our #1 qualitative researcher on Dora, Kevin Storer, right here in the front. He's wearing a yellow shirt, so he's easy to find. Come talk to him and me about all of this research. We're happy to go really, really deep here. Thanks for being here today, Kevin. All right, so we've recently published a new report, The Impact of Generative AI in Software Development. And if you love downloading reports, you should go to that QR code right there. And even if you don't, I ask kindly that you pick up your phone and act like you're taking a picture of the QR code. It helps me feel really confident when I see that happening. Yeah. All right. Good. I feel much better. I'll tell my children that everybody took a picture of the QR code. They'll be so proud of dad. If you don't like QR codes, there's a URL that you can memorize as well. You can just click on it while you're sitting there. I believe that you are. Okay. I also have a small number of paper copies of this. And this is a good time to make a joke, an off-color joke, if you will. It won't offend the code of conduct, though. I brought only a few paper copies because we don't need more dead trees, and well, AI. So it's doing enough already. So there's a few paper copies. If you're really nice to me, or grab me before I run out, you can have a paper copy as well. So in this research, we really wanted to understand the impact. What impact is AI having across all of our teams and as we're adopting more and more of it? And certainly, we are adopting more and more of it. And as John showed us, it's getting better and better every single day. And hopefully, our ability to interact with it is also improving every single day. So the way that Dora gets most of its data, not all of it, thank you, Kevin, most of its data, we run a large survey. We go out and we ask thousands of people around the world, organizations of every shape and size. To be very clear, this is not how does Google do it? This is how do we do it? We collectively, a community, an industry. How do we deliver software and operate software? And so we ask a bunch of questions. After we ask a bunch of questions, we kind of do a ton of quantitative analysis on the answers that we get back. One of the things that we do is called a factor analysis. So we ask a bunch of questions and we try to see, oh, all of these questions, everyone kind of answers the same way. Maybe they're asking the same thing. So one of the factors that we looked at in our most recent research is AI adoption. What is your level of AI adoption? And we can't just ask you like, hey, Kevin, what's your level of AI adoption between 1 and 100, between 0 and 100? Like, who can answer that question? That question doesn't make any sense. So we have to ask questions to sort of get at that. These are the questions that we ask. I hope you've read this slide because I'm not going to read it to you. I'm going to move on. So we ask all these questions, and it's about AI, but it's about all of these other capabilities as well. When we evaluate all of these answers, we create a bunch of factors, like answers all grouped together into a factor, and then we build a model. The model looks something like this. I'm going to give you a minute to read that. Don't worry about reading that. You don't have to read it. Basically, we have things that interact with other things and like change behaviors of other things and change outcomes for other things. And look, it's a complex system, right? And there's a lot of emergent behavior, and we're investigating the world and trying to make sense of it. And you know what they say about models, right? Every model is flawed. Some of them are useful. Well, that's what this model is. It's flawed, but hopefully useful. But we do something that we can't do in the real world in our research. We ask this question, all right, so we understand how AI adoption is going. What if, and I'm really proud of this moment, so please keep your eyes on the slide. What if we increased AI adoption by 25%? Did you see that? Just in case you missed it, let me go back. So what if we increased AI adoption? It's that purple circle over there, watch it. What if we increased it by 25%? Whoa, that was amazing, wasn't it? Google Slides is the best. All right, so we've increased AI adoption by 25%. What are the ripple effects that it has across this model? Now, that's really fascinating to think about, but let's be honest, it's also not the real world. Can you go back to Thursday? Can you go back Thursday to your team and say, let's change one thing and keep everything else static? Everything else stays exactly the same, but we're going to change one thing in how we work as an organization. You think you could do that? No fucking way. Sorry for the language. I'm not sorry for the language, but you can't do that. But we can when we do our research. So we change this. We amp it up by 25% and say, what happens? So here's what happens. All right. Sorry. Quick lesson in how to read the graphs that I've brought to you today, because I have 3 of these that you're going to have to read. So we just amped up AI by 25%. It's going to have maybe some positive impacts, maybe some negative impacts, and some of those other things that are kind of downstream from AI adoption. That dashed line going up the middle, that's 0. So things on the right side, this side over here of the dashed line, they went up, and things on that side over there by John, they went down. John always lifts us up, though, so just to be very clear. Okay, so what happens? Well, we look at these various outcomes. flow, job satisfaction, productivity. You can see they're all increasing. That's really good. That's a positive sign. Time doing toilsome work. That's just a little bit on the positive side, but it has this really wide bar. Like, what are those bars? Those bars, we basically, here's what we do. We amp up AI by 25%, then we run a statistical simulation, and we run it thousands of times. And so that bar shows us sort of our certainty. The wider the bar, the less certain we are about this particular outcome. So that has a pretty, the time doing toilsome work, that one that's just to the right of the dashed line, it has a pretty wide bar. That says we're kind of uncertain about it. And some of our uncertainty says it's negative, some of our uncertainty says it's positive. We can basically say it's a wash. You're spending the same amount of time doing toilsome work. Burnouts, looks like it goes down slightly, but again, it's not super certain. And then time doing valuable work also goes down, also not certain. Also, all of our uncertainty falls on the negative side. So this is interesting. You're spending about the same amount of time doing toilsome work and less time doing valuable work. Wow, what does that mean? If I had an hour, I could dig into it more. But you're going to read the report that you downloaded, and you're going to find out some of our hypotheses on why and what that means. All right, but in general, pretty positive signals here, right? Increase AI, you get better job satisfaction, better productivity. That's pretty good. That's at an individual level. Let's sort of widen our scope or the aperture a little bit and look at some of the team outcomes, if you will. So you read this chart the same way. Documentation quality improves significantly by about 7.5%. Code quality goes up. Code review speed goes up, which means it's faster. It doesn't mean it takes longer. So it's faster code review speed. Approval speed seems to go up. Code review speed and approval speed, you know they're different, right? Hey, check out this code. What do you think? Yeah, it looks good. Great. Let's ship it. Oh, we've got to go to the change approval board first. So using more AI helps that. Cross-functional coordination is about 0. Technical debt and code complexity both look like they're dropping a little bit. And just to be very clear, technical debt, code complexity going down, that's a good thing. Yeah, I saw some thumbs up there. Yeah, we want that. We want that. So this is really, again, another optimistic picture. More AI, better outcomes. That's really awesome. So if it's helping us improve some of those conditions and capabilities, oh, and we can blow out those conditions and capabilities a little bit further. These are the conditions and capabilities that we've looked at over the years, and more than what's on here. But things like documentation quality is on there. So if documentation quality improves, then our model says it predicts that software development or software delivery performance is going to improve, right? So we're seeing all these great positive outcomes at the things we just looked at. So software delivery, obviously, also getting better, right? You may have guessed, it's not. It's not. So read this chart exactly the same way. You see that dashed line? Oh, look, whoop, everything's over here on this side of the dashed line. Wow. So we improve things for individuals and maybe even things for teams, and yet we see throughput dropping off a little bit and stability dropping off even more significantly. You're having more O expletive moments when you ship code to production. That's not what we signed up for. That's not what we want. This is weird. And also, like, doesn't it break everything? Nathan, you just told us that all of these conditions and capabilities predict better software delivery performance. And here we are, software delivery performance is getting worse. What's going on? Well, so how can that be? Well, I want you to just think about what we've done as an industry over the last 2 years. Where have we focused all of our AI efforts? Maybe not all, but a majority of our AI efforts have been focused on generating more software, writing more code with AI. Now, earlier in this presentation, you all wrote down, I just want you to pull out that notebook, that notepad that you wrote down on. You wrote down the one thing that you could do to improve your software delivery performance. Raise your hand if you wrote down write code faster. Okay? How about generate more code? Still nobody. Weird. Weird. But that's where we've been focused a lot of our AI attention. And look, it's awesome and it's super fun to write with AI. And we feel more productive and we are generating code. And that's awesome. We're even learning more as we go, but we're not looking at the entire system. And so basically what we're doing is there's a constraint or a bottleneck somewhere in this software delivery system. And we're spending a lot of time over here writing more code where the bottleneck is not. And if you look at a system and improve a system outside of where that bottleneck is, one of two things will happen. One, your performance will stay the same because you've made an improvement beyond the bottleneck. Or you've made an improvement upstream of the bottleneck, and now you're trying to jam more through that bottleneck, which makes the bottleneck even stronger. It's slowing you down even more. And that's what we see in this data. So I just want you to think about that as you think about how are you using AI across your team, across the entire process of delivering software. So we present these results in our latest report. Again, I have a couple of copies of that, but we look at a bunch of other things as well. Trust is a really interesting thing that we've seen and we've looked at. What we see in our research is that developers, about 40% have little or no trust in the code that's generated by AI. And you know what? I think that's good. Like, first, we shouldn't have 0% trust in it. We shouldn't have 100% trust in it either. There's some Goldilocks level of trust that we should have in it. And frankly, that number changes every day. As the models improve, as our interactions with the models get better, changing that. But we have to understand, how do we improve that trust? We also have work on how to help developers adopt Gen AI. Because I don't know about you, but I've seen many organizations, I'm sure it's not yours, where someone says, hey, we're going to buy a bunch of Gen AI licenses, whether it's Copilot or Gemini Code Assist. Right there, I got paid today. So we bought some things, and now everything is going to get better, right? Give me dashboards that show me we're better. Right? That's not how you adopt Gen AI. There are other strategies that you need to think about. We also look at how do you measure success and set up those right feedback loops so that you can continue learning. We present an adoption framework for how do you adopt Gen AI, and I'm going to give you some quick tips there. We have some guiding principles. How do you adopt Gen AI? Well, you know what? Gen AI, you're going to adopt it the same way you adopted a bunch of other tools in the past. You're going to think not about the tools, but about the reasons why you're using that tool. So we have some guiding principles, like start with the user in mind. How do you deliver to that user? How do I use this tool to build better value for users? And a bunch of other things there in the report, and I don't have time for them today because I talk too much. We have some actionable steps for leaders. Take a quick picture of that. Also, all of these slides will be shared, but don't stop taking pictures if you feel good. And then second, we have some actionable steps for practitioners as well. And because I'm out of time, I'm going to just jump to some closing thoughts, and then I do have to roast John while I'm up here. Okay, so some closing thoughts.
Nathan,
Closing thoughts, yes.
you can take a little extra time.
All right, thank you. It won't be long, I promise.
You can take all the time you need to roast John, just like.
Okay, all right. Chris is the only one in the room who believes that. Everyone else is like, no, wrap it up. All right, so just some closing thoughts. Look, this is what Dora does. We go out into the world, we get as much information as we can, and we follow up those surveys with deep technical interviews that Kevin does, and he'll be happy to interview you while you're here today. We want to learn a lot from you. I love putting my coworkers on the spot. So we take and we report findings, and we build models, and we play with the models, and we share ideas. You know what? That's of the world, and we're trying to boil that down and create models, and none of that is your experience. So I want you to take our research, and I want you to replicate our findings in your context. By replicate our findings, I don't mean go out and run a survey against the world and then compare your results to our results. Don't do that. I mean, you can do that if you want, and we welcome it, but that's not gonna help you get better. Take our findings as your hypotheses and invest in an experimental approach to improvement. Hey, Dora found this. This is a great hypothesis for us to start with. If we improve documentation quality, we will improve software delivery performance, which will mean we'll have fewer burnt out employees or less burnout across the team. Let's go prove that out. When you prove it right or wrong, come share that back with the community, because none of us can do this alone. To our research, the team doesn't have all of the answers. together as a community, we can get closer to having all of the answers. I would encourage you also, as you're doing today, you're creating community in this space. Join us in the Dora community where we talk about this. We learn from each other about how to put this research into practice. And just one more time, in case you forgot to get the QR code earlier, download the report right there. And with that, I'm going to move on to a roast of John. And I don't know how many of you are Severance fans. Are there any Severance fans here? Okay. All right. So, you know, when it comes to roasting, I don't feel it's actually part of my human nature to go roast another human. And so I was really struggling with this, but I was also thinking that, yeah, I've known John for a long time, but there will be people in the audience who have no idea who John Willis is, except for that he just gave a talk and Chris keeps talking about how we're going to roast him. And you're like, great. I'm not sure why I'm here to roast John Willis. So I thought it would be good if I had a wellness session with John. And so if you're not a fan of Severance, really quickly, there's this idea of innies and outies and like split your brain. And when you're in work, you only have memories of what happens at work. And when you're outside of work, you only have memories of what happens outside and you can't remember anything across the two. But while you're in work, you sit down with Miss Casey and you have a wellness session. And she tells you interesting facts about your outie, the person that you don't know at all. And I must set this up properly. As she's outlining these facts to you, it is your job to appreciate them all equally and to not actually, oh, I heard some laughter. You shouldn't actually respond emotionally to any of the facts. Your job is just to take them in. And so I thought, what are some interesting facts about John that I could share? And then I did what we all do in this day and age, is I went to Gemini, that's Google Cloud's Gemini model, and I said, hey, Gemini, can you tell me some interesting facts about John Willis? And I had no intent of using any of those facts because I know many facts about John Willis that I would like to share with you. But it blew my mind. It came back and it said, well, there are actually two John Willises. John Willis is a pretty common name, but there were two that I know of. One, John Willis is a former gang enforcer. He's now an author and a speaker. And then there's another John Willis who is an IT slash DevOps pioneer and author. And I thought to myself, wow, they're both named John Willis. They're both authors. Let's see what these facts are about each one of them. So the former gang enforcer, he had an unusual gang affiliation. And our friend John Willis was an early DevOps evangelist. It's kind of the same thing. Next up for our gang enforcer here, he was given the name Bok Guy, which, you know, if you mispronounce it, which I probably just did, it sounds a lot like Bachagaloo. It's basically the same. Let's see, what else? He mastered Cantonese, the gang enforcer. Now, I don't know all of the interesting facts about John, but I don't think he has mastered Cantonese. But I do know he's spent a lot of time deeply studying Japanese manufacturing and the Toyota production system and all of this. So, John, you're basically neck and neck with him. And then we got to this. He served significant prison time. And I shit you not, this is one of the other facts that Gemini gave me. John spent 5 years writing mainframe code. And like, I'm sure those 5 years, it didn't feel like prison time, but looking back on it, it maybe feels a little bit like prison time. And I did shit you. Gemini didn't tell me that. I found that on John's LinkedIn. That's the one thing that I didn't get from Gemini. Okay, but John Willis, this gang enforcer, he turned his life around. He's now an author and a speaker. And the truth about John Willis, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, is that he has influenced many careers. He has influenced the careers of probably everyone in this room, even if you don't know that he's had an influence on your career. And it's certainly true about my career. And John, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for everything that you've done, this community, and to move our practice forward, and the lessons and the learning that you've shared with us. Thank you so much, John. Let's hear for John Willis. I yield my time. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Nathan Harvey, folks.
Thank you.
So, slight bit of housekeeping. Sponsor passports are going to be here about lunchtime, but we got all afternoon, all day tomorrow to get this stamped up. We are going to take a short break. Please go chat with the sponsors.
Love you too, man.
When we get back, we're going to have Angie Jones present. But before Angie Jones gives her talk, we're going to present John with a major award. Surprise. So, yeah, go get some coffee, chat with sponsors, whatever you need to do. We'll be back here in about 10, 15 minutes.
It's just
Your mic's hot, Nathan.
Hip hip. 1 1 1 1. 1 1 2 2. Hey hey. One one. Hey, get mic'd up. Want me to do that first or the last? I'll meet you with the mics and stuff. Hey hey. 1 1.
Oh, and I got audio.
You have audio on this?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Really? It's real quick. I'm like 5 seconds.
Yeah. Oh, this is just like 5 seconds. Pick it up. Feel free to move it around however you want.
What? Oh, this is the mic. I don't need to get mic'd up because I'm not walking.
Getting ready to reconvene here. If everyone wants to take their seats, we'll be back on here in just a minute. Can we go ahead and get the feed swap back to laptop? Where is that? Is that your laptop? No, we're good. I'm good if you're good. It's an odd problem when they're entrenched in the vendor hall, like have much fun talking to sponsors. It's like a shame to thank you, Claire. Yeah. Closing doors. And we're back. So, who here is familiar with MCP? Got a few people with MCP. So I initially had this idea of giving John this back in Antwerp. And when I mentioned it to Garrett during dinner one night, like he literally fell out of his chair laughing. Like he needed to catch his breath. One thing you may not know about our next presenter, Angie Jones, she's got a background in airfryer advocate. Is that correct? So, what we're doing today, John, if you could come on stage, please. Angie, yeah, go ahead and pull up. In honor of this momentous occasion, we've decided to present you with the inaugural Angie Jones Lifetime Achievement Award, which is literally just a giant air fryer. Come on, we got to get y'all in the shop, front and center. No. So yeah, roasted, air fried. We're giving John the business, but enjoy. Angie, what can you tell John about the air fryer he just got?
No, I got a whole talk called Air Fryers, Automation, and AI. I'm gonna have to tell you about it at lunch. But listen, this is amazing for frying things, but the secret is reheating things. You see those fries on there? Take them home from the restaurant, pop them in there, good as new. All right?
Thank you, Angie. That's amazing. I think we could do an air fryer open space after lunch. You running off a podium mic?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Without further ado, I don't know if y'all are familiar with Angie. Maybe a little further ado. I gotta like, you're Java champion, correct? Like that's super impressive. I think we're probably gonna hear a little bit about Goose today.
Yes.
I've been playing with Goose locally, like it's pretty sick. But enough from me. Let's hear it from Angie Jones, ladies and gentlemen.
So, how many of you are old enough to remember the mashup era? Show of hands. All right, my peers in the room. Well, for those of you who don't know, back in the early 2000s, developers were mixing and matching all types of APIs to create these new innovative apps. And it was such a fun and creative time in web development. One of the most iconic mashups was the combination of Google Maps with Craigslist. Y'all remember this one? Of course, right? So you would search for real estate, and instead of boring list of text, you see all of the real estate mapped out for you. Mashup was called housing maps, and it turned that base search results into this interactive experience. Can y'all hear me okay? Okay, perfect. So I know that this doesn't seem like revolutionary today, but back then this totally blew our minds, you see, because this was before Google Maps API was even a thing, right? It was literally just some regular dude named Paul mashing things up out, and everything was really closed back then. So being able to pull from not one vendor, but two to create something new was unheard of. So developers, they started matching all kinds of things with Google Maps, like crime data, local events, even restaurant reviews. And the excitement and the demand is actually what led Google to release the Google Maps API. They realized the potential of letting developers build on top of their platform. And once Google opened the door, all the other companies followed, right? And so other major companies, they started providing APIs as well. And this was the beginning of the open APIs that we know today. This became the norm. This ecosystem of APIs became the norm, and developers could build new services around these offerings. Now, another iconic mashup from this era was combining Twitter and Flickr. Y'all remember that one? And everybody's probably like, what? But this is before Twitter had photo sharing. So we were really inventing things, kind of pushing these platforms to do things that they weren't built to do. But you could tweet out your latest photos right from Flickr. It wasn't long before the developers they were mashing YouTube and Twitter so that they could do video sharing. And developers, they got really creative. There was a Netflix and a Rotten Tomatoes mashup that showed movie ratings right in your queue. Back when Amazon was just a virtual bookstore, y'all remember that? There was one mashup that connected your Amazon purchases with library things to let you organize like your book collection. And then there were even mashups that scanned your iTunes to let you know like when your favorite artists were coming to town. So this was such an amazing and fun time. There was no shortage of innovation. Now, you may be wondering to yourself, well, if mashups were all that, then why didn't they last? And we can talk about a couple of reasons why they kind of fizzled. So one of the biggest issues with mashups was maintenance. So the APIs would change, they get deprecated, or even sometimes just disappear. One day your mashup worked great, the next it was completely broken. Keeping up with all of these changes became a nightmare, especially since most of these mashups were like side projects for developers, right? You get excited about an idea, you tinker for a weekend, you put it out into the world, but because these projects were born out of curiosity rather than commitment, then they lack that long-term support. Well, I really missed the creativity of those days, which is why I am so excited about MCP. So it's bringing back that same energy of the mashup era, but in a way that could actually work long term this time. So MCP, for those who didn't raise their hand earlier, MCP stands for Model Context Protocol, and it's an open standard that lets AI agents talk to different APIs, different tools, different data sources in this clean and consistent way. You can think of this like a universal adapter. So instead of custom coding every integration, you just plug in these things called MCP servers, which are basically just wrappers around APIs, and the agent just knows how to interact with them. And this makes it super easy to build the mashups because everything just plays together nicely right outside of the box. So, like I said, MCPs work with AI agents. So, an AI agent is a system that takes action on your behalf. So you can think of like your AI chatbots, like ChatGPT, for example, right? You give it a problem or a question or something like that, and it'll respond to you telling you how to do something. AI agents take that a step further and actually do the thing on your behalf. So they can make API calls. They can generate and execute code. They can trigger other actions within your systems. Now, MCP itself isn't a requirement for AI agents. In fact, there's many companies that are building closed agents that work specifically within their apps, right? And that's cool. I mean, you just describe what you want to do in natural language, and you're able to handle it with AI, and there's no need to like hunt through the settings and figure things out. And that's extremely helpful. But the second that you need to bring anything outside into that application, you're out of luck. So that's the beauty of MCP. With MCP agents, they're not boxed into like a single application. They can connect to any tool or any service that exposes an interface via MCP. So kind of like the mashup era, but instead of wiring everything together manually, the agent figures it out and does it for you. We're back, right? Fun, fast, creative integrations, but now way easier to create. So Anthropic launched MCP in November 2024, and my company Block, as well as a few other companies, they helped out with this. And y'all, let me tell you, the developers are hyped.
Everyone is talking about CPs. It's gone completely viral.
It has. The hype is real, and a lot of that is because MCPs are completely open. Anyone can build an MCP server, even if you're not the API provider. There's SDKs to do so in TypeScript, in Python, in Java, in Rust, in Kotlin, and Microsoft just launched one for C# a couple of weeks ago. And the servers themselves are open source. So they're not only open source, they're also LLM agnostic. So they work with any model, and they're agent agnostic. So they can work with any AI agent that also adheres to the MCP standard. So in less than 6 months, there's already this massive ecosystem of MCPs, over 4,000 of them, in fact. And the wild part is that only about 300 of those are from the actual vendors of those APIs. The rest, they're made by everyday developers, just like my boy Paul from the Mashup Babies, right? And developers everywhere, they're seeing the potential and they're jumping on board. And as go the developers, so do the companies, right? So in the last month or so, we've been seeing companies launch official MCP servers because they realize, y'all, we're doing this with or without them, so they might as well join the party. And the biggest tale was OpenAI adopting MCP rather than solely relying on a closed proprietary solution. And MCP has caught the attention of Google and Microsoft CEOs as well. Like I said, the hype is real. But let's not just go off of hype. Let's look at some actual MCP mashups. So I'm going to use Goose, which is an open source AI agent and is built as an MCP client. That means it can work with any of the 4,000 MCP servers out there, lets you choose your own LLM. So you're really seeing the full potential of MCP here. So let's create one of the most popular mashups of the early 2000s, but with MCPs. So I asked Goose to make an interactive map of restaurants, and it first uses the Google Maps MCP to get the location and then also search for those nearby restaurants. And once it has that data, it uses the developer MCP to write the web page, and then the computer controller MCP to open it in the browser. And there you have it. We have an interactive map of nearby restaurants, all done in about 30 seconds. So, with just one natural language prompt, Goose mashed up several tools, the Google Maps MCP to get the data, the OpenStreetMap API in Leaflet.js to provide the tiles, the developer MCP to create the web page, and the computer controller MCP to open it up. This is the modern day mashup, y'all, combining data from different APIs and local tools without needing to manually wire them together. Let's look at another mashup. So here's a Figma design. And to access this from my AI agent, I need to add the Figma MCP. So I'm going to install this and provide it with my Figma access token. So I also have a couple of other MCPs enabled here, like the developer and the computer controller. So let's make a mashup that asks Goose to take the Figma design and use the developer MCP to actually create the website using JavaScript, HTML, CSS. And within less than a minute, Goose has mashed together these two MCPs to complete my task. And now I want to mash with the computer controller MCP and have the agent open the website for us. And as you can see, the site looks just like the design. So with my MCPs, the agent handles combining the tools. It handles integrating the services, getting them working together. And this integration is not something that I need to maintain. At any given time, I can ask my agent to do something like this. Even if these MCPs change or the APIs change underneath them, the agent is going to grab the latest version and just figure out how to work with it. And this is why I'm so excited about MCPs. They're dynamic, they're flexible, and they're just plain fun, you know? Let's see what else that we can use MCP for to help in our developer lives. How about setting up a new project, which is a practical task for any developer? So I want to set up this Git diagram project locally, and it has an extensive stack complete with front end, back end, database, AI, deployment, you name it. So there are great instructions here on how to clone the repo, install the dependencies, configure the environment, spin up containers, start the database. It's a lot of manual work, y'all, and I'd rather spend my time on something else. So I'm going to give Goose this repo and have it do it for me. And Goose is using the GitHub MCP to get the instructions from the README file, goes on to clone the repo, checks if PNPM is installed, which it isn't, so Goose takes care of that for me. Then installs the dependencies, sets up the required environment variables. It attempts to spin up a Docker container, but notices that Docker isn't running. So it opens Docker and I get a prompt. to authenticate, which I don't mind doing manually because I'm not giving these agents my password. So Goose notices that Docker is running, continues working. Its next step is to start the database. And Goose notices that the database isn't set up yet, so it tries running that script, but runs into a snag because the database needs a password. So Goose generates the random password so that it can continue its work. And now it has that database running. And the last step is to start the front end server. So I go ahead and test Goose's work by checking localhost in a browser. And voila, the environment is successfully set up in less than 2 minutes, I might add. So Goose finishes off by letting me know the ports that everything is running on. Also tells me I need to add some API keys to the .env file, which it was unable to access because I restricted its access with something that's called a goose ignore, kind of like getting. So with a GitHub and a developer MCP, we're able to automate common developer tasks. So we've seen some cool mashups here, but I want us to take a step back and look at how all of this actually works. This is a simple example of an MCP server. So there's an official TypeScript SDK, as I said, and that lives in the Model Context Protocol's GitHub org. However, community members have been making these fast MCP SDKs. We want everything faster, that makes MCP development even simpler. And we create an MCP server instance and we give it a name and a version. And this step is basically just setting up the server's identity. And next, you're going to want to add tools. Okay, so tools are one of the most important aspects of agentic AI. AI agents are able to execute those APIs by doing tool calling. Okay, so we add a name and a description for the tool. And y'all, please don't foobar this because this gives people context about the tool. And that's how it's able to figure out, if this is the right tool for the job or whatever. Next are parameters. So just like a function, if you want a tool to do something, you provide arguments in many cases. So this is specifying that 2 numbers are needed when calling this tool. And then you provide a body specifying what happens when this tool is called. Okay. And you can add as many of these tools as you want. Now, here's a tool within the GitHub MCP, just so you can see a real example that fetches the latest GitHub message for a given owner in a repo. So the name of this tool is Git Latest Commit. Very descriptive, right? So we know exactly what it's going to do. There's a nice, clear description, which helps the LLM know what the purpose of this tool is. Now, you don't want this to be too long, okay? And I'll get back to why in a minute. But you want to keep this concise. And then in the execute function, there's the API call, and it returns the latest commit message. So nothing too crazy. I was arguing with somebody, not really arguing, but we're on LinkedIn and they had like this prolific thought or whatever. And it's like, oh, there's nothing special about the MCP spec. And I'm like, if you're looking in the spec, you're looking in the wrong place. We want our specs simple, the magic is what it unlocks. But anyway, I digress. So here's what's going on behind the scenes. We have the user, which is you, the agent, which is the client like Goose, which has access to the tools that are part of the MCP servers that are installed. And then we have the LLM, which makes the decisions. Okay. So the user gives the agent a natural language prompt, like asking Goose to set up the project, for example. Sounds simple enough, but there's quite a few steps involved, like setting up the directory, initializing the repo, creating the README, committing the changes. So the agent takes the user prompt, it sends it off to the LLM, along with a list of the available tools. The list of tools are all from MCPs that are in A. This list is quite long, and many of them aren't necessarily relevant to the task at hand. So as a user, you can add like as many MCPs as you want to your agent, but don't have them all enabled at the same time. And the reason for that is because every MCP can have multiple tools, and some of these might even overlap. So you give the LLM like gigantic list of tools, some of them which are redundant, and this causes confusion. This is going to slow up your response time. This is also going to eat up your LLM tokens. And that's what I was saying earlier about the descriptions, and you don't want them to be long because all of this info is being sent with your prompt. So I see people who use Goose and other agents, and they're like, oh, I'm running out of credits or tokens, it's eating up my context window and stuff like that. All of that is because there's too much information being sent over. So you wanna, if you're developing an MCP server, you wanna keep it pretty tight. And as a user, what you wanna do is when you start your session, kind of look through which MCPs you have installed. You might wanna enable the ones that you think you need and disable the ones that you don't. And some of the agents, including Goose, are working on a smarter thing. Look, we in the early days right now, so we got to do a lot of stuff ourselves that might look a little janky, but we're working on where it's smarter to know, okay, given this task, these are the MCPs that I should enable, and I can disable the rest. All right. So the LLM is going to take all of that information, the prompt, it's going to evaluate the list of tools, and then it's going to decide which tool call should be made, and it shares that decision back with the agent. Now, here's again where those tool descriptions come in handy. That's how it's going to know which tool to call. You need to give it enough context to make a decision. And then the agent executes the tool call and informs the LLM of the results. And it also updates the user on what it's doing. And that was just one step of the task. Remember, there's quite a few steps to set up the repo. So this is going to loop. They call this an agentic loop. This is going to loop until the full task is completed. And the beauty here is that you don't have to worry about how all of this gets stitched together, right? The LLM is just going to dynamically choose the right tools, and the agent is going to manage this entire process. Now, there's a lot of places where you can find that directory of MCPs. Remember, I told you there's like 4,000 plus of them. I like to call these the MCP toy stores because I quite literally feel like a kid in a candy store anytime I go browsing for MCPs. The first directory was the official. So I'm giving y'all a little history, which was like 6 months ago, but move fast in the AI world. So the first directory was the official MCP repo. We launched with a handful of MCP reference implementations like File System, GitHub, Google Drive, Slack, and so on. And the directory is not updated often. So while it was the official list last November, this has become outdated as community members have more sophisticated directories like Glamour AI. So Glamour AI has this report card feature that I really like. So I go when I need to suss out an MCP. Now, I'm going to be honest with y'all. Like I said, this is early days, so it is the wild, wild west out here. Paul and John and Katie and everybody just whipping up MCP servers in the basement. So you want to suss it out, make sure it's of high quality. They'll even have a little grade for security, so they look through the code to make sure there's no vulnerabilities. And this report card is regenerated every time there's an update to the report. And Post MCP is another directory. This one is my favorite. I love how clean the UX is. And you can see some indicators of the popularity of an MCP by the number of downloads and GitHub stars. And then my company Block is working with Pulse MCP on an official MCP register service, like this unified catalog for the MCP server. Now, with MCPs, we are bringing back that creative spark from the early 2000s, but in a way that's practical for modern development. So whether it's for productivity or creativity or just plain fun, the flexibility of MCP means that you can do more with less effort. And the coolest part is that it's not just being run by the big companies, right? The developers everywhere are building and sharing their own MCP servers, so there's always something new to try out. If this got you curious, I encourage you to give it a try. We are having an absolute blast mixing and matching MCPs. MCP folks, are y'all having fun? Yes, of course you are. So you can start by choosing an MCP client as your AI agent. So the popular ones are Cursor, Windsurf, but of course, I recommend Goose because it's open source. You can use whatever LLM you want, so it's not like vendor lock-in, and it's good for more than just coding. So those are like coding agents, and this one is more of a general purpose agent. And it comes with a couple of built-in MCPs right away, so you can start using it. Then you're going to want to go and explore one of those MCP directories. You'll find thousands of those MCPs already available. And if you can't find what you're looking for, again, you can always build it yourself with one of the MCP SDKs. So go mash things up, make something fun, and be sure to share it with the community. Thank you all so much.
That was awesome, Angie. Thank you so much. Honk honk, indeed. And next up we've got Katie Anderson. Is our I'm gonna say our resident lean expert these next 2 days, which like I hesitated. I'm like John's the lean expert. John said no, we need to get Katie in. So I think she's really gonna blow everybody's mind here shortly. And while we're getting laptops swapped out, we've got words from our Iceland and Circle CI and some other people back there. Let's hear it for Gremlin, folks.
Good morning. Please raise your hand if you experience chaos in your job. Awesome. So, Gremlin basically allows you to avoid the chaos that you don't intend by intentionally introducing chaos that you do intend. Taking a proactive approach to testing the resiliency and reliability of your infrastructure and applications. So, doing that testing, helping you to prevent incidents and outages that could cause downtime in the future. But even if you don't care about that, if that's not an area that you're interested in, we are giving away a PlayStation 5. We also have an opening for a senior backend engineer. If anyone wants to check out our careers page and come talk to our head of engineering as well. So,
Thank you. Next up, we got Circle CI.
Hello, y'all. We're Circle CI. We're a continuous integration and continuous deployment platform. If you're tired of managing Jenkins or slow GitHub action build, I know we all been there. Come check out our booth. We're a really independent platform, so we're not just an add-on to GitHub Actions or GitLab. All we do is CI and CD. Additionally, if you are interested in MPC servers, Circle CI has a new MPC server that helps you manage, build, and troubleshoot CI/CD pipelines. If you're interested, come on by. We are giving away a Lego set. Millennium Falcon May 4th is coming up, so get your Legos now.
That's awesome. And let me check. We'll do Gruntworks. I think they're officially next.
Hello, my name is Josh, and I'm from Gruntwork, and we specialize in DevOps transformations. And I don't know about you guys, but I've been a part of a few DevOps transformations, and they all seem really scary and huge and risk-laden and awful. But what we've done is we had a key insight. You can break down even a big, hairy DevOps transformation into a discrete of patterns. And so we've come up with a whole pattern lifecycle. We've pre-built a bunch of patterns, and the end result is that if you need to do something like set up a new AWS multi-account setup, what would normally be a multi-month effort, we can do in as little as a week. I know that sounds unbelievable. Most people don't believe us. And sometimes it takes 2 weeks, but it's still way faster than doing it on your own. So if you need help creating your new IAC or your new AWS setup, we're definitely the people to talk to. And final thought, we're co-founders of Open Tofu. We're also the creators of Peregrunt. So if you'd like to talk to us about either of those technologies, just come by our booth. Or if you're just here to learn, we're giving away like way too much stuff, honestly. Like a keyboard, Lego set. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Gruntworks. I see Flocks. Let's get Flocks up.
Hello, thank you. This is a list of all the stuff that I don't use anymore now that I have Flocks. I don't use Homebrew anymore because Flocks has over 150,000 packages, and I can install them all into virtual environments for all my different contexts. I don't install stuff on my Linux systems using apt and yum anymore because I can hop between combinations of Flocks packages as effortlessly as spawning a subshell. I don't use things like NVM anymore because I can find everything I need in the Flocks catalog, and switching between Flocks environments is just as easy. These are all good tools. I just don't need them anymore. I don't accept Apple's ominous Xcode license just so I can use free software like Git on my Mac anymore, because I can get newer, better versions of all that great open source stuff from Flocks. I don't use Docker Desktop anymore because Flocks environments run natively on my machine, so no more volumes and port stuff. And I enjoyed the thrill of bare metal all day, every day. I don't write long, tedious readmes anymore because all my repos already have Flocks environments in them. My users just need to git clone and Flocks activate, and they're up and running. And because I use Flocks, there's a software manifest for everything I run. So when auditors ask questions, I have answers. Flocks can help you move the mountain upon which you do your important work and move it when the time comes. And so go to flocks.dev and come talk to us. We'll be over there.
I think that was more of an Ignite talk than a 1 minute pitch. I want to submit that next time. And Red Hat, is Red Hat here? Yes, okay. Let's hear it for Red Hat, folks. I think I did the numbers, and I think Red Hat has sponsored us the most over the years. Thank you so much.
Of course, yeah. Happy to be here. Hey guys, so I'm from Red Hat, but if you see me in the room with all the tables, I'll have a tablecloth that says Instruct Lab. And that's one of our open source projects for fine-tuning large language models. So I'm on Red Hat's AI team. So everything we're doing for enterprises with AI, we have open source projects for you and me to use on our laptops and play with. So if you're interested in AI, and I have a feeling a lot of you are, because I just listened to an awesome talk about MCP, you should come chat with me. I love to nerd out, and I'm happy to talk about it with you. Thanks, guys.
So we had, yeah, who am I going to get that can dunk on John with respect to AI? It was Angie Jones with MCP. Who can we get to dunk on John with respect to Lean? I think Katie's qualified. I'm pretty sure she's going to blow our minds. We are running a little bit behind. That is my fault. I get blamed for stuff, not Katie's. So please take your time, get through your presentation. We'll have lunch afterwards, but like we'll be fine. Y'all are not going to starve to death. Let's Katie Anderson, folks.
I'll try and do a little bit as well, but not to the same level of Nathan. All right, well, I'm going to take you back in time to the foundations in the beginning, to everything that is what now has become DevOps, Lean, Agile, and go to what it means to really create a culture of learning. So go back to your very first job, when you're just out of college, or even if you didn't go to college, your first professional job, and what it was like for you. And imagine if you had an orientation where you were assigned some frontline work, even if you were working in the back office or coding or nothing that was actually going to touch the customer, but you were given one simple task, and that was pour a can of paint and a can of solvent into a big vat, and it would get all mixed up. And as the cars, because you were working in the car manufacturer, go down the line, the paint would get sprayed onto the cars and stick, and they would off they go to be sold. Simple, right? Shouldn't be any mistakes. Well, one day, the shop floor manager runs up and says, "Wait, we have to stop the line. The paint is literally dripping off the cars. For 100 cars, we're going to have to be repainted, stopping the line, a ton of rework, wasted time, wasted money. And all eyes go on you. That was your responsibility." What would happen at your very first job, or maybe your current job? You had made a mistake that was really having some serious consequences. When I talk to people around the world, usually the first thought is, oh, someone would have yelled at you, blamed you, maybe you would have been fired. I mean, you were like in your probationary period. But that's not what happened to Tao Yoshino, a 40-year Toyota leader, when he joined Toyota Corporation back in the 1960s. And this is why Toyota is such a company that so many companies around the world are trying to emulate in terms of its learning culture, the Toyota production system, and the Toyota management system. So what his bosses did, although he acknowledges later that they probably had this moment of, oh, like frustration, they didn't act on that. They did something really special and different. They looked over and said, show us the process that you took to pour the can of paint and the can of solvent into that. So he did. And it was clear that the cans looked nearly identical. There was very poor labeling, and they looked the same. And so it'd be very easy for a newcomer to make a mistake. And so they worked together and figured out a way to make sure that wouldn't happen again. And then they did something even more special. And this is truly the foundation of what we may be doing as leaders, managers, and team members if a mistake happens. And I'm going to come back to that at the end of the talk. It was truly something that blew my mind. And Mr. Yoshino was laughing and thinking back to this because it's something that doesn't happen in many other companies. So I'm Katie Anderson. I don't know if I'm the lean expert here, but maybe I'll just, as Nathan and I were talking the other night, just have to be a little bit higher than the other people in the room. I have been working with organizations around the world for the last 25 years to create high-performing cultures of learning and excellence. I've had my own consulting practice for 13 years. I come from healthcare, so working in another complex system. And what it comes down to all is about people and how we create the conditions for learning. And that includes, that was the themes from this morning too. How do we create the conditions for learning so that we can leverage the technologies to enable us to be more effective, to create value for our customers. And that's really what it's all about. And that's what the Toyota production system is all about. 10 years ago, I had a serendipitous opportunity to move to Tokyo, Japan with my family. My husband's actually in the tech space as well. So I live in Silicon Valley, so I'm very familiar with software and tech. That's the world I'm surrounded by, even though it's not the world I work in. So off we went to Tokyo, and I was so excited for the opportunity to go immerse myself in the origins of the Toyota production. I've become a Japanese management aficionado and learning enthusiast as well. And that has become the foundation, my enriched understanding of what it really, really takes to create cultures of learning, and it takes from the leadership behavior. And by leaders, I mean all of us in the room, because if you're working, whether or not you're a senior executive, or you're running teams or working with teams, we're all leading people in some capacity. And so I'm on a mission to really get back to the foundation and the principles about what, and it doesn't matter what industry you're working in, if it's manufacturing, health, and how do we leverage technology to help us use the most of our humanness as well. It comes back to working together. So here's a picture of me and Mr. Yoshino. This is actually 10 years ago last week. This was the very first time that we met in Tokyo. I just moved to Japan, as I mentioned, and I made my husband take the day off of work. We jumped on the Shinkansen 60-minute bullet train ride from Tokyo to Nagoya. And I really thought it was going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As John knows, it was not. It became one of the most special and important relationships. And I've written a book called Learning to Lead, Leading to Learn, which won the Shingo Publication Award, recognizing its importance in the space of continuous improvement and operational excellence throughout his 40 years at Toyota. And I had a question on my mind. We started spending time together. He invited me to come back and continue to have conversations. And of course, when in Rome or when in Japan, you say yes. And I had this question on my mind. What is the secret? read John's book to really get all the history. It's a really fabulous book. And the Japanese companies and their leaders listened to Deming, and they inspired them to do better, to create higher levels of efficiency and quality by focusing on learning and the foundation of the plan-do cycle. Mr. Yoshino joined Toyota the year after it won the Deming Prize. So he joined in 1966, and Toyota was already in this really people-centered learning culture. I mean, this is why his bosses responded in the way they did the paint situation. And Deming is the reason why, in addition to other factors that were already there, that the Japanese companies became so strong and dominated, and now continues to have these cultures of excellence that we really are trying to emulate and copy. And Mr. Toyota, back in the too close to that mic, said it was the foundation of their management system. So these concepts, systems thinking on people and focusing on learning is really what is the secret sauce to all of the amazing things we've been able to do in terms of flow, built-in quality, continuing to innovate. So it's not just continuous improvement in terms of micro improvements, but really big innovations. I mean, think about the Prius back, 2 decades ago. This was something totally different and new, and they're always willing to try and learn. Here's a small picture of me and John. So John came with me 2 years ago to really immerse himself in this culture of learning and what the Toyota production system, the Toyota way is all about. And it's not just about Toyota, and it's not just about Japanese management, but there are some common human elements we all have that are important for bringing into our organizations as well. We just have some challenges in Western because foundation here about the culture of learning is on the cycle of plan, do, check, act, plan, do, study, adjust. There's going to be more about that tomorrow. And we get so caught up in plan, do, plan, do, plan, do, which is or do. And the learning part happens in the study and the adjust side. So we don't feel like it's productive to be still and reflect and study on what actually happened and what did we expect to happen. That's that learning zone in there. And if we do not take that time, we are not really having a true attitude towards learning. We are just focused on executing and doing. Are we doing the right thing? Do we even know what problem we're trying to solve? And so we have to get better at asking those questions and spending the time and reflection so that we can adjust. And that is really the secret that Toyota's been able to bring in, founded in what Deming taught them. And it's connected in all of their, from the daily work that happens all the way up to strategy deployment, or what they call Hoshin Kanri. There are check, adjust, or study, adjust times and periods built into the cycle, built into the work. And if we see that reflection time on our calendars, we just kind of rush through it. So we're like, I gotta put more meetings on. We just gotta keep doing, gotta building, gotta ship it. Gotta slow down and be patient and have that time for learning. And this, if we can do that, we're gonna be so much more effective. And no matter what you're trying to build or ship, if that's what's really gonna get that, help with that bottleneck that we're having, we have to spend that time in study. Another key concept, and this is related to the, we're talking about with AI, is how do we separate human work from machine work? And there's a word that Toyota created when they were building their production system, Jidoka. And the way it's written in Japanese has an extra symbol in kanji. So we think of automation. So how do we automate? How do we create more machines do it automatically? But they added in a symbol that actually means human. Change the word to automation with human touch. So how do we integrate human touch? And then how do we separate what should be machine work, what can the machines do, and now what can AI do most effectively? And then what is the human work? What are the special, unique things that only we can do as human beings? And so this has happened throughout time as machines have been developed. First they were analog machines, and this is actually how Toyota was founded as the Toyota automatic loom. The founder was trying to solve a problem for his mom. She was weaving, this is in the 1800s, and the thread always broke. it was very frustrating and laborious with the time. And so he figured out how to create this special shuttlecock. And you can go to the Toyota Museum of Technology and Innovation and actually see these machines. John went with me. It's actually really, really cool. They have all the different machines. You can see the evolution of the innovation, which then turned into the car manufacturing from his son. But he created this true like way to stop the line or stop the machine. And so the threads were it made it easier for her to do her work and then created more automation. And that grew and grew and grew. But it was really about how do we help with things and how do we continue to innovate and how do we get better at separating human work from machine work so that we can leverage human beings to their maximum capability and the things that are special for us. So why is this so hard in all of our companies? So, I work in more of the continuous improvement lean space across organizations. But I work with teams also doing agile and now DevOps as well. We're trying to like push the boulder up the hill from classical management. Why is it so hard? And from my deep immersion of both living in Japan and now continuing to go back to lead these executive learning trips, I've come to really appreciate and understand that we have it backwards. All companies want results for value for their customers or those business results that Nathan was talking about. But too often about the results as the primary rather than the input. And in Japan and Toyota and some of these other companies, and they're great companies in the US and other Western countries too who do this, but they're fewer and far between, focusing on the inputs, on people and on learning, and then how do we leverage the machine work and the human work together. There's this great company I take people to. They profess that happiness is their purpose. Creating human happiness for customers, for their employees. And this is not like we have some great foosball tables. I mean, it's like here, it's like genuine human happiness and how we have this long-term view. And the chairman has wrote a book called Tree Ring Management. One of the lines that always sticks with me from that book is that profit is excrement. Profit is excrement. And he went on to say it's a natural byproduct of a healthy functioning company. Like you want excrement, right? But it shouldn't be your goal. And so the same way, if we think about the business results, we want those business results, but we have to think about how we're creating the conditions in our organization to create a healthy, thriving organization for the people who are there. And so we have it backwards. And that is really what the essence of lean is all about, that has gotten so forgotten in terms of how it's been translated. Last night, I was having some conversations about how language has been translated and how we've extracted these small elements, but not the whole thing. And we have to get back to the humanity and the learning aspect. So how do we do this? And is it possible to even like change cultures or bring these concepts in? And yes, it is possible. And one of the best examples of this happened a decade ago when Toyota was starting to move manufacturing from just Japan to the United States. And they actually waited patiently and let some of the competitors come to the US first because they wanted to study and learn from their experiences. And then they partner with one of the most challenging partners they could have chosen. So they chose GM, General Motors, and because they were unionized and they wanted to work. There was a horrible conflict between the union and management there. The plant in Fremont, which is really near where I live in California, became known as NUMMI, the New United Motor Manufacturing Inc. It was a joint venture between Toyota and GM. It was the worst performing, and it had it was a toxic culture where employees were actually trying to make things intentionally doing things to cause harm to the cars, like loosening bolts or other things, which is terrible. They were just having this antagonistic relationship. Well, Toyota decided we're going to learn from the hardest way, and they same employees, the same management from the front line, and they brought them to Japan for an immersive learning experience to see what this would be. And Mr. Yoshino, who's the subject of my book, he was in charge of creating that learning program for the American managers. And his task was to change their culture. He told me, that was like an impossible task. How can I change their culture? And I realized I couldn't change their culture, but I could create the conditions for them to learn and then want to change for themselves. And so that was really what it was about. How did he create the conditions for them to have a different experience? And they did hundreds of managers come through these 3-week learning programs. And within 1 year, they also, it wasn't just one immersive learning program. They also had coaches that came back and the students stood by them when they were back in Fremont. So within 1 year, the new meat plant went from the worst to the high in all of GM. It's an incredible case study. If you haven't learned more, either read my book or go listen to some podcasts about it. It's really special. And this is John Shook, who wrote the foreword of my book. He was the American who was living in Japan that Mr. Yoshino heard, so that he could have some knowledge of American culture as well. So that was them. And I actually met Mr. Yoshino at a conference a few months before I moved to Japan, and he gave me his card, and that's what he said: "Look me up when you move to Japan. I'll take you to Toyota City." And I was like, "What? Like, it's going to be incredible." So there they are, and that was 10 years ago. And at that conference, so at this conference, when I was hearing Mr. Yoshino and John Shook talking, it was a lean coaching summit. So how do leaders be more coach-like? Mr. Yoshino said something that was really struck me as profound. He was sitting in the seats and writing notes. He said, "My role as a manager," we're talking about how do you create this culture. He said, "My role as a manager was to develop John by giving him a mission or target, and then support him while he figured out how to reach that target." And he said something that really felt quite profound and reflective to me. He said, "And as I was developing John, I was aware that I was developing myself as well." And I reflected on that over the months before we moved to Japan, and then through all of my conversations with him, and in the synthesis of writing the book, I realized that everything that he and other Toyota leaders I've talked to came back to those 3 points. The leader's role, there's a lot of things we need to do, but a leader's role most simply is to set the direction. Where do we need to go? Provide support, create those conditions for learning, and be able to create the capabilities for people to solve problems, and 3, develop yourself, because it is hard to do these things. I want to talk a little bit about each of these and scratch the surface that you can go so much more into. But I want you to hold that. Set direction, provide support, develop yourself. And if you can do these things, whether or not you're a senior executive, a team leader, manager, you are going to be so much more effective. So the first is, I'm going to call it leading smart. Set the direction. And what's important here is about setting the direction based on what is actually needed, the challenge that is needed to be achieved, not just what we think we can achieve. Sometimes we set goals, we also learn about SMART goals. Those are great for like stepwise, but if if they're achievable, are we really stretching ourselves, learn something new to go beyond? So the big goal needs to be set that's seemingly unachievable, seemingly impossible, not actually impossible, but really stretching us like, oh my gosh, we do not know how to do this. And then work and learn our way forward. And this is why having this culture where it's okay not to be right, make mistakes, to have failure is essential if you want to innovate and learn your way forward to those big goals. Talking about providing support, there's so much in here. The most important things that leaders need to do is make the invisible visible. And that includes having an attitude that no problem is a problem and embracing mistakes. Because all of the problems are existing whether or not we acknowledge them or not. So if we aren't making them visible either through systems or structures or through our reaction when people make mistakes or are off target, then we are hiding that and not allowing the opportunity for improvement there. No problem is a problem. That is a motto at Toyota. Going back to, Nathan and I were talking last night. I'm like, oh, you're saying all the things that I say too. Because this is the foundation. This is the essence. Leaders must create the conditions for learning so that we can develop the capability for being successful in problem solving. And this is one of the biggest shifts we have to make from being independent contributors, which are all rewarded for, having the right answer and being the one doing all the doing. Actually, I have an article today came out in Industry Week about, are you in the doer trap? And this is such an easy trap to fall into as leaders or as internal change agents. because we're so used to doing the doing, but our role has to shift to no longer own the thinking, but to own the thinking process. So yes, the conditions for learning. This is an A3 document. It's a form for doing problem solving at Toyota, which became the foundation for strategy deployment and problem solving in the 1980s, 1970s, and 1980s. And Mr. Yoshino was really an instrumental person in helping coach behind the scenes Toyota senior leaders in being able to do this. And what I'm talking about is this stamp is a signature. It's called the Hanko. And the importance of this is actually John Shook's very first A3 that he wrote. And again, remember he gave John a mission or target and supported him while he figured out how to reach it. And so what this meant is that he oversaw the thinking process. He made sure that John was going through the actual problem-solving PDCA cycle, going to the Gemba, going to the mapping, got the right information. He wasn't the one actually doing it. And so we have to make that shift. How can you create the conditions for learning? So we all want these organizations where people are growing and thriving and feeling great and happy and contributing to learning. But we're running around just fighting the fires. We don't have time for doing that. And so how do we step away from all the firefighting and move more to fire prevention? How do we ask some more questions and give some space for failure and learning? Because all the doing, if we're just doing, we're not being effective in channeling that to the real things that are going to move the needle. And I forgot to say when I introduced myself that hi, I'm Katie Anderson, and I have a telling habit. And I bet you all do too. This is the number one shift we have to make. We are in a habit of telling, and when we are in firefighting mode, we do that even more because we just feel like it's easier to give all of our answers. And it's not that telling is wrong or bad. We need to set that direction. We need to give clear feedback. But when we're giving everyone our answer or what we think is the answer, we're not creating that capability. And so we need to rate the scale and ask more questions. And this gets back to how we're leveraging technology too. The answers are going to be generated. It's about how do we ask the right questions to leverage our people's thinking and leverage AI's thinking as well. They will say, oh, but I have the right answer. I have the right answer. And of course you do. In math, there is one right answer. But if my kids who are 11 and 14 always ask me, for the math answer and I give it to them, what's going to happen? They keep coming back to me asking, and they haven't created their capability for learning and solving it. So it might feel short and easy to just quickly give them the answer, although their math is getting more complicated. But they're going to keep coming back to me, and I haven't developed their capability. And the same thing is happening in our organizations. So how are we developing people's capabilities to get to the answer? It's much less important about is it that you have the right answer. It's about how are you helping someone get to the answer or a better answer. And then developing yourself is that third point, because this is hard. We are all conditions that require improvement in our organizations because the way we are showing up is having an impact on our teams and on all those inputs about how we're then getting to the results. I had the honor of talking to Larry Culp, who is now the CEO of GE Aviation. At the time, he was the CEO of all of GE on stage. He'd actually read my book and recommended it to everyone, and we had a chance to talk about what it means for him to be leading as a leader like this. And he said he had to unlearn everything that he'd been taught about leadership and management in business school to really be an effective leader, to create this learning organization, to ask more questions, to get out of his office, to go see. This is the foundation of everything that we talk about in my Japan programs, and I help leaders do as well. We have to get out of just staying stuck and receiving reports and looking at information. How are we asking better questions? How are we creating the conditions for learning? We go back to this concept of Jidoka. How do we separate human work from machine work, and how do we do that most effectively? We talked about AI, so much of the focus of the conference here. And then how do we, again, go back to this concept of how do we ask better questions? How do we most effectively leverage the machine work that's in a way that we didn't even imagine before, that then we're being able to do our human work in an even more and better way. So this is the challenge as we continue to move forward. As machines continue to advance, we have to still think about what are the unique human qualities, the unique humanness that we can bring, and then how do we leverage the machine work as much as possible. And so our superpower becomes much more in asking the right questions, creating the conditions for learning, for the framing, getting out of, breaking our telling habit, and really understanding how we can create and foster learning and engagement at all points of our organization. This is about what I call a chain of learning. So we are all individual links, but what's important is the connection, the bond between us. We're all learners and leaders together, and how do we work most effectively and then help grow that capability across the organization. And if you just have a few individual links who are high performers, you're really not creating that in your organization. So back to the paint story, and I know I'm standing between you and lunch. Here is the incredible thing that his bosses did. So they didn't blame him, they didn't yell at him, and then they did something even more incredible. They said, "Thank you. Thank you for making that mistake, because you showed to us that we as the managers had not set up the working environment for you to be successful, and that's our responsibility. Thank you for making that mistake, 'cause now we can make sure we can make that improvement." Wow. If we could all change to saying thank you for making that mistake, that's really gonna create the true conditions that allow people to experiment, to try things, to know that it's okay to not be perfect, and then we learn our way towards better and perfect as well. And then one other word that's really important to me is intention. And when I moved to Japan, I didn't have business cards, and so I said, put the logo or put the word for intention on my business card. And in Japanese, the kanji symbols represent, on the left side, which I say heart, but it's really samurai and heart means spirit and mind and heart all in one. So it's the strength of your heart, your inner purpose, the impact you wanna have. And the other symbol means direction. And so I see our intentions aren't just something we have cerebrally. It's about truly who do we wanna be, what impact we have, what's our purpose, and then how do we take the actions to align in that, right? And so we need to shift and really understand what are the behaviors we're taking, and are they truly having the impact that we want for our teams, for our families, for our organizations? And Kaizen is not just about continuous improvement. It actually is about starting with ourselves. So I became a bit of a kanji geek when I was living in Japan and studying Japanese. And what I found interesting is this symbol means self, and then this one means whip. So it's like self-whip, like, which really means the self-discipline, but it really shifted the word Kaizen for me. And then this one means change for the good. And so now I always think about, a little Devo song, but so whipping it, you have to whip it to change ourselves for the good. We have to start with ourselves to change ourselves for the good, so that we can then help others grow, learn, and develop, and then improve the processes around us. I brought a few of these, so if you come to the book signing, I might have a few left. These are Daruma dolls that I import from Japan, and I got really obsessed with them. They're like little weeble wobbles, and they represent the Japanese proverb, "Fall down 7 times, get up 8." And why I love them is they're kind of ugly cute. I still have some big ones too. But you fill in the doll's left eye when you have a goal. And then it's a visual reminder, which is how much more lean could you be about that with visual cues. Visual reminder of your goal, and that you are going to stumble, fall down, make mistakes on the way getting towards your goal. But what's important is that you get back up and continue your way forward. And then when you achieve your goal, you can fill in the doll's right eye. And of course, in Japan, then they bring it to the Daruma temple and they burn it every year. But I keep all mine. So yeah, I'm like, can't quite bring myself to that. So I want you to think, and going back to that one thing, what is the one thing that you can do when you go back to work to really foster greater learning with your team? Okay, as you go through this conference, what's the one thing you're going to do that you're going to try? And yeah, just know that you're going to fall down. Again, developing ourselves is really hard. I also want to high risk which is not so much a risk, because really what happens at karaoke in Japan stays at karaoke. So we can't really tell those stories. Or I felt like it wasn't quite okay to share all the pictures of us dressed up in Japanese robes. But let John share as well. But he did come on my podcast, Chain of Learning, where we talked about his first book. John, you're gonna have to come back on and talk about the history of AI and so much more. I've also, Gene Kim and Steve Spear came on earlier too. And we had Jim Womack, his team coined the work term lean. So a lot of really interesting information there. I'm going to be sitting with John. I have some copy. We have some copies of the book that the conference has organized, and I have a few copies for sale too. So come by. And I just want to say thank you to John for inviting me here, to Chris as well. I'd love to invite all of you, or some of you, to come join me in Japan. I'm actually going back in May, in just a few weeks, and I have my next open trip in November. So I'll let John talk about his experience, because that's the most that we can. But we have a lot of fun, and there's another DevOps guy, Glenn, there too. So really appreciate that. So thank you all. I'm here for the next day and a half, and would love to talk with you more and go geek out on. And I did promise my 14-year-old that I'd put a plug in for him as well. So this is my 14-year-old. He's going to DEF CON in August in Vegas. If any of you are going to be there, he's building badges. And I said I might meet some people in the audience. So as a good mom, I thought I'd put a plug for my kids' information there too. So thank you all, and I'll be around.
Thank you so much. I'm oddly inspired.
Oddly, why is that?
I see a lot of presentations. It's like I'm at the center of Zen practice. I don't move off my base. It's hard to get response out of me anymore.
All right, great. Well, I'm glad you're
Appreciate it.
oddly,
Thank you so much,
inspired. You're
Caitlin.
welcome.
So we're like roughly close to back on time. We're like 10, 15 minutes late for lunch. So we'll be back here for Ignite Talks at 1. And I'm going to stop talking so y'all can go eat and come back. See y'all then. Lunch downstairs, by the way, spiral staircase. They got box lunches. There should be sweet tea, lemonade, and water upstairs and down. If you need anything, just stop by registration and ask.
Oh, great. They're in my bag. So you're early, but I'm eating. Okay, nice to meet
From Finale. And others, Patrick Dubois. I would tell you to clap. He can't hear you. Oh man, I got it muted. I think this is being recorded. Oh, stand by. I knew it was going to do something weird.
I'm here to roast you, and they asked me to roast
my
you.
audio
I
going
didn't know what a
through?
roast was, so I had to look it up. And as a great Belgian person, I thought it was something meat and a
We're not
coffin.
getting it live.
So I'll do my best to kind of roast you and get you through this. I learned I'm here to roast you, and they asked me to roast you. I didn't know what.
Wait, I think I found it. We got there. Is it going to work on this one? Real time debugging. Oops.
I'm to roast you, and they asked me to roast you. I didn't know what a roast was, so I had to look it up. And as a great Belgian person, I thought it was something with meat and a coffin. So I'll do my best to kind of roast you and get you through this. I learned that you existed during the first DevOps days. You were that crazy American that kind of went there to do a cultural change. And some people might call me the godfather and you the consigliere. But I think you are to blame as the crazy American that took it to you. So whoever has kind of beef with DevOps, talk to John and blame John. And I'm not talking about the postmortems and the blameless postmortems. Please blame John. Now then, I learned that you were working for Chef and you introduced infrastructure as code everywhere in the world. And you were hacking and you were happy and you were doing dangerous things like spin up machines, deleting machines, and everybody thought you were crazy. But yeah, that was you. Then somehow you moved to Docker and somewhere in a container. And you were selling us the new dream, the faster spin up, the faster kind of delivery. All good. I still don't know where it's whale oil or oil. One day you'll have to tell me what happened there in that big, big Kelly. You're a great serial entrepreneur. You sell everything, and I mean everything. You can sell anything to anybody. Like your empathy has no kind of restrictions, but sometimes you do sell off these crazy extra things. And I don't know how you do it, but you're amazing and at the same time very frightening. Move down to being evangelist. These days, whatever we tell, it might be fake news. And you've delivered some promises. Every time you think like, oh, this is the greatest, latest, and whatever. And I'm not sure, and that's why I put it in between quotes, you're the evangelist, right? It's news by now, I'm pretty sure. So please stop spreading all the lies. Stop doing your podcast. It was great. I mean, no, please stop doing this. The world needs to learn. Now, I suspect you're also writing books after doing all the other things. You have two hands. I've never seen and never met anybody who's written so many books. You gladly show it off. This is the way how you share things to the world, and it's insane. Thank you for that. And also, I'll thank you because I can't keep up with you and all the writing, and I feel stupid because you have so many books and you're so smart. Please, please stop doing this. And then you went into this phase after DevOps. You went into delirium, right? And really obsessed. You got t-shirts about it. I think you have even socks. You have a hat. I think the glasses come off similar to you. I'm still waiting for where I can buy this on Amazon. But there is something about this, and I figured, like, what is it? Plan, do, act, check. And I think you need to actually check your pulse. You have something for the diseased and the people who kind of died. I don't know what it is, but something's there. I'm not expecting you of any hobbies there, but who knows? Keep digging in the past, and who knows what we'll find. Now, you entered the new phase of the demo. It was all AI, and you're taking baby steps, just like me, together with me. It's been a fun ride so far, and we don't know when this is going to end. And there's a lot of I, and caramba. And are we back at the snake oil, or are we back at the whale oil? We don't know. Is it fake news? Is it not fake news? Well, things sometimes don't change. You don't change. You're still the one kind of firing our light. And then I asked this kind of dilemma that I never knew existed. Project Loop. What is it? Here's the picture. Dolly came up with this. And I wonder how it came to this picture. So it might not be the previous picture. Okay, there's a link there. There might be some rough edges. Okay. There might be the big eyes, like the way you look at us, the way you kind of get enthusiastic. Maybe there's something there. The humbleness of living under the ground and kind of once in a while, like the CKs, saying, dear CIO to everybody, and then disappearing again. But I think it is because you are such a great creature. And I say this with a lot of love. Thank you very much, John. I hope you enjoyed the day. And I'm pretty sure today is going to be fine. And I hope you get a good roast and a good food and you give it a good run for the money today. Have fun and hope to see you at an event.
Patrick Dubois, folks. Godfather of DevOps. That's correct. So, on with the Ignites. See how I do here. Kameja, be ready, because, yeah, keep it moving. So my Ignite's called The Life of Botchka Loop. We just gotta wait for this to load and kick in. So yeah, I first met John out in Santa Clara at Velocity 2014. You asked him, he's going to tell you another conference much later. This was the first time we met, and the guy I was with said, if you know Gene Kim, then you've got to know Johnson. I said, who's John Willis? And he was like, you've been yelling at him on Twitter for weeks. You don't know him? And I was like, he doesn't look like his profile picture, right? And John hits me with, that's Deming. And I say, who's Deming? And he says, you don't know who Deming is? And our buddy dipped, and I had to go buy John a beer and like got the most enthusiastic Deming chewing out I've ever had in my entire life. And from there, like we were friends. There's no telling where I might bump into him. That's Devopsdays, New York City, Minneapolis, Silicon Valley, even Lee Scotland, where John's never been. He was well known and bought me credibility. And then we started catching up at this Mexican restaurant in Ackworth, Georgia, because we both lived down the street from each other, coincidentally enough. Took us a while to figure that out. And yeah, I started hitting John with, when's the next Devopsdays Atlanta? And he's like, funny you should mention that. It's a good question. Like being a CISO, if there isn't one, you ask, it's like your job now. And yeah, that's where we got kicked off with DevOps Days Atlanta 2016. This was an Allman Brothers reference. This is the first time I organized the event. Again, part of the reason I got to step in that position was John was like, no, I know that guy. He's been around. He's been showing up at these things. And the next time we were terrorizing a local Mexican restaurant, I am pretty sure they thought we were gang affiliated between my last and his New York accent. John says, you know, it's a really charmed life we get to live. We toasted, just thought about how great it is to network with people and like share information and learn. So I adopted this and started toasting at events. As John Willis once told me, it's really a charmed life we get to live. And had been doing this for years. And of course, every now and again, someone says, John who? Like, who's this guy? And like, I totally stole John's bit, which I don't think it was a bit. It felt authentic at the time. I get to hit him with, any second now. You don't know who John Willis is? Like, you've not heard of this guy? What rock have you been living under? Like, did you just fall off the turnip truck getting town yesterday? You got to be kidding me. So TLDR from the Mexican restaurant, there's a complex threshold between lean practices and human factors on value streams. And this is the third time John's helped us recenter DevOps on this threshold. First it was serverless, then it was platform engineering, now it's AI. He's a lot of what he's attributed and people he's introduced me to is like influenced my value stream mapping, and how DevOps versus serverless turned into compute platform. I'm gonna run through the whole map here. Then we met up in DevOps Days Chicago. That was another big organizer summit, and I was like talking about data platform space, and I got done, and John like popped up over the back of his laptop. He'd been like creeping on conversation the whole time. And that's what brought us to Deming Days Atlanta. So part of how I value stream and dependency chain map, we break things out into social practice. The social practices tied to AI value platforms. Then in Antwerp, I make my toast for the first time at John's table. Charm like we live, all this stuff we get to learn. And everybody, ching, ching, here. You're not wrong, Chris. And John, they turned to John for some insight. He says, I'm like, I don't remember saying that. Which, yeah, that's where a lot of we should have taken better notes at the Mexican restaurant, honestly, because we don't know what we said. The difference between a myth is a written record explaining a society's cultural views, right? So when you're getting into like ancient history, like there's actual records, it's myth. When there's allusions to them and sort of footprints in the sand, that counts as lore. Stories and legends that are recorded but not finished, yeah, American folklore, like Paul Bunyan. And one of those legends now is the Charm Life of Ashkaloop. So it's been a charm life, Sean. Glad to have you here today. Thank you so much for everything you do for the community. It's gonna auto advance. Nope, 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 nope. Yep.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? My name is Kamasia, and today we'll be talking about how to build digital experiences that reflect the complexity of society. It's called Designing Beyond the Template. Hello, my name is Kamasia Ayers. I'm a multimedia strategist and professional storyteller with a background in sociology, creativity, and technology. Wait a little bit. Okay, cool. So sociology shapes technology. Technology is not neutral. It reflects, reinforces, and builds societal structures. Tech reflects society. Tech also shapes behavior, identity formation. You know, technology is essentially a mirror of society. So here's some food for thought. When we look at templates, it's convenient, but it comes at a cost in speed, innovation, and nuance. The cost of convenience is that the bias is big. There's a loss of innovation, and there's a lack of flexibility and inclusivity. Y'all, but that is so binary. Humans, we are complex creatures with complex experiences and complex identities. So with that being said, y'all, here is some food for thought. These are your physical in social environments. Imagine if the graphs were moving crazy, going everywhere. So your physical and social environments are constantly changing, constantly evolving, and they shift depending on the communities that you're a part of or the environments that you are in. These dots around here, they represent your intersectional identities. So this can be things outside of just race, class, sexual orientation, how you physically look. These influence every single component of how we interact with society and how society interacts with us. And these are your daily emotions and your thoughts as you navigate life. So once again, imagine if the graphs were moving up and down, everything's going crazy, and everything is completely shifting. Let me do this. But we must have frameworks that represent the population properly. And so we hear about things like, the intersectional lens or different areas of implicit and explicit bias. But I wanted to provide you guys with some different frameworks on how to look at your design, look at your technology, and also the ecosystems that you're building, both internally and externally, to make sure that we're really reinforcing what we're saying that we do. And so, one of those lenses is the axis of assimilation, which is founded by me, Kamasia Ayers. So the axis of assimilation is a section that consists of pseudo-assimilation and meta-assimilation. This framework highlights cultural hybridity and the multidimensional of social shape-shifting. So, grandparents is not how you're going to act at work. There is also the social constructionism by Peter L. Berger and Thomas Luckman, which highlights that social constructs are not objective, they're subjective, and they're based off of the experiences that you have, what you see it, and what you see on technology. And there's also the theory of constraint, saying that your system is as strong as the weakest link. So the key to this theory is identifying the weakest link, on that, seeing how you can exploit it to make it better, and then essentially once you're past that bottleneck, let's see the next one. The communicative theory by Jürgen Habermas emphasizes the importance of communication and dialect within different organizations and social communities to build that mutual understanding. This is where qualitative or best friend. And so, we hear about things like implicit bias, but what is implicit bias? Implicit bias are different attitudes and stereotypes that are unconscious. So, for example, if you show leadership, using stock footage and you own white or white passing individuals, that's implicit bias. However, explicit bias is when you do it intentionally. So, for example, if you actively choose to not incorporate accessible features into your work because it's not large enough of an audience, that is you're being explicitly biased. And so when we're building a socially conscious brand, we need to anticipate the needs of others instead of forcing them to adapt. You do not ignore the sociological aspects of your design. Research, 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 and community and consumer engagement. You don't just sell, we're building with them, we're acknowledging them. And so these are the 10 steps to build inclusive design. You're going to commit, you're going to do a brand audit, you're going to listen and research, you're going to diversify the decision makers, include inclusive language, make it accessible, make it adaptable, test, give feedback, and then brand accountability, and then you do it all again. So here are some important things to remember. Inclusivity is intentional. True inclusivity requires effort, continuous learning, and a commitment. And listen, test, adapt. No brand gets it perfect the first time, but you need to make sure that your brand and you as an individual is holding space and also giving yourself grace. Thank you so much. Make sure that we're keeping the conversation. If you want to connect on LinkedIn, here it is, and we can keep this conversation going in an open space. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. We need an open space on complexity science this afternoon.
Hello. Hi there. So my name is Kate Holderhoff. I am an analyst with RedMonk. We are developer focused, which means that we pay attention to the trends that developers are actually adopting. I am going to try to buck the trend of the typical analyst sort of mantra, which is to say short things long. I think we can relate to this, right? This is all of us consultants. So I am going to be speaking a little bit about DevOps here. And the reason for that is because there is zero static between DevOps and platform engineering. And so I have a few examples of that to make that clear. So let's dig into that. DevOps has been around since 2007, and 13 years later, we have platform engineering. Why? Because it's all about platforms, baby. That is why, interestingly, if you search for the word platform on the DevOps wiki page, it's only used once, and that's in conjunction with, of course, platform engineering. But before we chat a little bit about platforms, let's define the terms. What is platform engineering? Is it just rebranded DevOps? So there's a lot of definitions out there. I'll just limit myself to maybe the most popular one, which would be Luca's. So at Humanitech, they say that platform engineering is tool chains and workflows that enable self-service capabilities for software engineering organizations in the cloud native era. Okay, so if you are of the opinion that platform engineering is just another vendor-driven buzzword, then it's worth pointing out that Humanitech is one of the parties to that buzz. So platform engineering has several key tenets, but the most important is developer experience. So, you know, a lot of these key tenets are probably familiar to folks out there who have been following the platform engineering space. You know, the basic idea that, you know, developers are going to use the easiest and most intuitive tools to do their job. So the platform must delight this group or they won't use it. Doing the right thing should be doing the easy thing. So there should be guardrails and golden paths put in place. So today we've had a period of sprawl, and enterprises are trying to get a hold of it. Sprawl of processes, sprawl of platforms, sprawl of tools, and sprawl of infrastructure in general. So platform engineering is trying to get its arm around all of this stuff, apply some guardrails, declare that there are standards that we're going to use. And in essence, one way to think about platform engineering is as an industry's appeal for consistency, so that everyone can be more effective in their work. So folks, use that call that you know many of us used to characterize as architecture. You know, is just a sort of way of framing it. So there are a lot of things that were a zero interest rate phenomenon. We've been throwing that ZIRP phrase around a lot lately. But I'd say that platform engineering is probably not one of them. In fact, platform engineering is what comes after ZIRP. And so at Redmonk, we talk a lot about culture. And what I mean by that is that the value of platforms are a significant part of driving culture change. And now platform engineering advocates say you know, basically the same thing, that in order for culture change, you're going to need consistency, and that consistency is going to be by way of platforms. And one of the most important platforms is, of course, the IDP, the internal development platform. So let's talk about, since many vendors have gone to great lengths to convince the market that platform engineering and IDPs are the same thing. I would not say that that is the IDPs are what the platform engineering teams build and work to support those tenets of platform engineering I mentioned earlier. The IDP is the how of platform engineering. It is built by a platform team to, you know, ensure that golden be, you know, readily available for those that are going to be using them in a self-service. In 2020, Spotify open sourced and donated to the Cloud Native Foundation their IDP Backstage. Backstage is a framework, and there are many folks with managed solutions building on Backstage or adjacent technologies. In addition, you know, there's to the sort of managed version of this, you know, Google has their own enterprise developer platform, GKE, and then Red Hat offers the Red Hat Developer Hub. So, you know, many of these are probably familiar to folks. So that's where we are today, but where will we be 5, 10 years in the future? Of course, AI is probably the most important one. Automation has always been core to DevOps, and that extends to platform engineering. As we continue to recognize engineers as creative knowledge workers, effective platform engineering teams need to actively ensure that IDPs are managed to automate anything that you have to do more than one. All right, out of time. Thank you.
Great job, Katie. That was awesome. All right, I guess I'm next. I thought there was somebody else.
Canceled.
Oh, sweet. All right. Well, hey, everybody. I'm Jason Torres. I'm a community manager over at Torque.dev. And man, you are all so smart. I really do appreciate you welcoming people like me and John here as well to level the playing field. It's a roast. I thought it was a roast. No? Sorry, Yankees fan. So anyway, I'm here to talk about building developer communities, but not just any community, authentic communities, ones where we truly feel like we belong. In our digital age, we're more connected than ever, yet many feel a deep sense of isolation. Holy crap, this is so fast. Authenticity isn't about being perfect or having all of it together. It's about being real, flaws and all, allowing others to see what we truly are. And our community embraces the imperfection and values genuine connection over superficial appearances. Every strong community is built on a foundation of a shared why, sharing struggles. This could be a common goal, shared values, or mutual interest that brings people together.
This shared foundation provides a sense of purpose and direction, giving members a reason to connect and stay committed. Showing up, authenticity requires presence. You can't build genuine connections from a distance. Consistent participation and engagement are crucial for building. Being there both physically and emotionally demonstrates commitment and fosters a sense of reliability within the group. You have to create a safe space. People will only open up and be vulnerable if they feel safe and accepted. That means creating an environment free of judgment where everyone feels welcome, which I would say you guys do a great job of. So, a round of applause to that. Psychological safety is paramount. Members need to know that their thoughts and feelings are respected. Dare to be vulnerable. Vulnerability is the cornerstone of an authentic connection. Sharing your own stories, your struggles, your imperfection invites others to do the same. It's not about taking risks to be seen and known. Turn fosters empathy and deeper relationships. You have to listen. Listening is super important. Authentic communication is more about listening than speaking. It's about truly hearing and understanding others' perspectives, not just waiting your turn to talk. Active listening also demonstrates respect and builds trust. Wow, this is so fast. Every member of a community has something unique to offer. An authentic community recognizes and values their diverse gifts, providing opportunities for everyone to contribute. Celebrate together. These are all supposed to be gifts, by the way. This would have been way cooler. But acknowledging and celebrating both big and small wins is crucial for everyone. Micro achievements are, again, so supportive for community spirit. Shared joy creates positive memories and strengthens support through the struggles. Another big one. Authentic community is most evident during difficult times. It's about offering empathy, support, and a helping hand rather than just offering solutions. Being there for each other in times of need depends connections and reinforces the we over me mentality. Just as important as connections are healthy boundaries. Respecting limits on time, energy, and behavior is crucial for maintaining a sustainable community. I think, oh, there it goes. All right. Navigate conflict kindly. Conflict is inevitable in any community, but it's how we handle it that matters. Address issues constructively with kindness and respect is essential for growth. Focus on understanding each other's perspectives and finding solutions that benefit the whole rather than assigning blame. Where are we at here? All right. Oh shit. Am I on the wrong one? I lost track. Hold on. We're gonna get it back. We're gonna get back. I gotta see what the next one is. Navigate conflict. Okay. Now we're good. Authentic community requires commitment and reliability from its members. Being there when you say you will be there and following through on promises builds trust. It's not about it's about consistently and demonstrating that you can be counted on no matter what. Steadfastness and empathy means sticking with community through challenges and changes. Empathy means understanding and sharing the feelings of others. These qualities prevent us from abandoning relationships and ensure we treat each other with care and compassion. All right, now we're getting somewhere. All right, enduring bonds. Excuse me. Authentic community is about building relationships that stand the test of time. It's about investing in connections and valuing people rather than treating them as disposable. These bonds provide long-term support, stability, and a sense of belonging that enriches our lives. And great GIF if it was working. Honesty and trust are the cornerstones of any thriving community. Being truthful and reliable builds a foundation of confidence and security. Without honesty and trust, relationships crumble and the community loses its strength and integrity. So, in closing, if you are never giving up, never letting anyone down, never running around or deserting anyone, never going to make anybody cry, never say goodbye, never tell a lie or hurt anyone, these again are the cornerstones for building a great community. Also brought to you by Rick Astley. You can connect with me there if you want. Thank you.
That was amazing. Thank you, Jason. Let's hear it for the Ignite presenters. That is tough. y'all. I'm pretty sure I was the worst one. Like, did I not rehearse my talk at all so I could fumble through it and make everybody else look good? I don't know. Maybe. And before we get you go ahead and set up for the open space pitch, Garrett. But we're gonna pull up Michael from Vanal. He wanted to open mic roast John.
All right, it works. All right. Well, yeah. So honestly, Kamasia, Kate, Jason, especially Jason, it's very hard to come up and talk about community, and then I'm going to get up here and roast John. But I'm going to do my best. And thank you for adding my company to this too, because if this doesn't go well, it's going to reflect on that. But guys, quick introduction. I'm Michael Edenson, and I'm here to roast John Willis. the man with the world's longest LinkedIn subtitle. See, the thing about a roast is it's like a costume party. If everybody's doing it, you can't look silly. But if you're the only one doing it, you have to explain yourself. I ran into John a few weeks back in San Francisco, and I brought up the roast. I said, "There's going to be a roast," and he asked me to participate. He told me, you remember this, John? Whoever roasts the crap out of me will get a full month's stay at my lake house with all of their friends, right? And we already booked our flights. So imagine my surprise when last night over drinks I found out that he sold the lake house. I'm kidding about that lake house part, but John did tell me not to go easy on him. And John, this is an honor. John is a dear friend. John and I go way back. Not as far back as some of you, though, as I hear these stories. I was a freshman in college when the DevOps Handbook was published. You feel old yet? It's crazy to think, but I've known John for 1/5 of my entire life. That's almost 6 years. Or as John calls it, 3 failed startups. Okay, we're having fun here. That was the zinger. We wrote a book together, though, in those 6 years' time. We wrote a book together, Investments Unlimited. Not really. The rest of us wrote the book, and then John just came up with the ideas. No, he was a big part of it. We wouldn't have had a book without him, but John's an ideas guy. He's big ideas, huge ideas. He gives you good advice, too. I first met John when I was 23. He came to visit my former boss. I didn't know who he was. It was a casual day at the office, so I was wearing jeans and Ugg slippers. We didn't expect any guests. We talked for a while, but before he left that day, he came over to me and he leaned in. I thought he had something important to tell me, so I hunched over to get down to eye level. In a hushed tone, he said to me, "Kid, I got a piece of advice for you. I know you think you're cool." Remember this? He said, "I know you think you're cool, but wearing slippers to the office is a bad look." And that hurt. Getting fashion advice from John Willis. He still had some of his breakfast on his T-shirt. But whatever jokes can be made about John's looks, he has a beautiful family, a beautiful wife, and 2 handsome boys who got their looks from their mother. John's boys are impressive. I met them one time in the box at a New York Yankees game. Alan Shimlahatis, remember them? And it was just them in the box. And so I went up, I introduced myself, and they were very impressive. But I didn't connect the dots. So when John showed up, and he asked me, "Michael, have you met my son, William?" Next to him is standing this really handsome kid. And I said, "No, are they here? Is he here?" And that happened. But John's got good looks too. You got good looks. You're like a fine wine. You're always getting better with age. And the more stories you tell me, the more I'm reminded how much you've aged. John, you're so old that you worked on Y2K. You're so old that you remember when Slack was just a word for being lazy. You're so old, you used the word terraform to describe landscape. You're so old, you actually knew a butler named Jenkins. John, you're so old that you remember when Docker was code for business casual. I'm going to wrap this up. But John, it's been a tremendous honor to have this brief roast this afternoon. So many, you're a thought leader, a change agent, and a titan of industry. To me, you've been a mentor and a great friend. So the last thing I'll say is this, John, you're more energetic than ever. And for those of you in the audience that don't know, John conquered a big personal milestone last year. And to celebrate, he and Andrew went skydiving. And that brought me a lot of joy because, John, I was worried. I was worried when I heard that you would be jumping out of an airplane. Because I know you. You're not as technical as you once were. So when I saw that picture of the parachute on LinkedIn, I was overjoyed to see that you had one last successful deployment. Thanks, guys.
Masterfully done. So Garrett's going to come set up to walk through open spaces. While he's doing that, John Vincent, aka Lucis, who some of y'all might know from the community, could be here today, but he sent me a prepared message. And John says, I don't have any roast type things to say, not really my style anymore. What I do want to say is that John Willis changed the course of my life, family's life for the better. I can't never thank him enough for asking me to come join him in Stratus. I wish I could be there today to give you a hug. I'll give you a hug for John Vincent. Let's hear it for John Willis, folks. Oh, John's got a story. This is going to be good.
So I brought John. You don't know John Vincent, a local icon, one of the original DevOps guys. Just kind of got out of it, so you don't know who he is. But he's done incredible stuff. I've hired him 2 or 3 times. And I brought him into a startup that we wound up selling to Dell. And when I was recruiting people, I've done a couple startups. To recruit people, you try to figure out what's the best stock option plan you can get from. And I always try to get the best deal for people. And he was a winner. The guy's. And John, I hope you're there. And, so anyway, but we sold way less than what we thought we were going to, which is what happened. And then a few years later, he lives over in Roswell. I lived up in Hackworth. We'd meet for lunch, and so we go to lunch. And at the end of lunch, and this was a top 5 moment in my career. What I'm about to tell you. So we go to lunch, and he says, "Hey, you want to see my new house?" And I always felt guilty that I didn't get him the money that I thought I was going to get him, right? And but it's relative what you get in a startup. And so we go and this is great, John. He's showing me the new house. We're walking around. We get upstairs. He goes, bring it in, boss. He hugs me and he goes, thank you. This is all because of you. And that was it was literally probably top 3 to top 5 moment in my whole career. So John Vincent, love you, buddy.
So with that, we're going to toss it to Garrett to walk us through open spaces.
Hey, folks. Who here is it their first time at a DevOps Days? Yeah? Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. So you're probably wondering, hey, on the schedule, all the speakers have been up, and we still have a few hours left. What's going on here? So I I think what makes DevOps Days so special is the open spaces. We're collectively going to propose topics of conversation and then get together to discuss. So just because you present an idea doesn't mean that you have to lead the conversation or even attend. And I think there's some folks coming with post-it notes and pens. Uh, Chris, I think there are some folks coming with post-it notes and pens. Yep, great. So if you have ideas for the open space, go ahead and come on down here, and Andre will help you out. And so these are just topics of things that we can discuss. Uh, a, f- a few notes on it. We've got this idea of the law of 2 feet, which means you take responsibility for what you care about, standing up and moving to where you're engaged. And so if you're not feeling engaged, it's not rude, just quietly find a better room for you. We'll go over the 4 principles. I know it sounds like a lot of rules. Uh, whoever comes is the right people. And so whoever is attracted to the conversation are the people who can contribute because they care, and they're the ones that should be there. So whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. And so don't be limited by your past uh, expectations. Just focus on now and being present in the room. When it starts is the right time. So creative spirit has its own time, and our task is to make the best contribution. So it'll start when you think there's people there and the conversation starts to flow. And when it's done, it's done. And so it could be done because of the time. It could be done because you all are just doing it in the room. So don't feel like you have to sit there the whole time. If the conversation's done, ask, hey, are we done? Find something else to attend. If it goes over, you need to like leave the room, but try and keep the conversation going. Find another room for it. Keep it going at the happy hour, pour afterward. And so, on that note, any topics? Kamisha, thank you.
That's the right way to do it. Don't be shy, folks. Line up, start writing on Post-its, and do the pitch, and we'll start passing mics back and forth.
Hello, everyone. Once again, I'm Kamisha. So my pitch for the open space is called Humanizing the Creative Experience, where we talk about things like imposter syndrome, burnout, perfectionism, and creative dysmorphia.
One more time. It's improving the
Humanizing the creative.
humanizing the creative experience. I need to listen better. Who's interested in that? We're gonna do show of hands. We got a few up. Claire.
Hey, I am really interested in some of the topics I've heard today, and I kind of want to blend them together. So we heard a lot about building a learning culture and going at high velocity, and I want to understand how can we balance our time for learning against our incentive for speed. Speed versus learning.
Speed versus learning. Who wants to do speed versus learning? We got some people. Awesome. Who's next? Got a topic. Come on.
I really want to know how to use AI for Dora metrics collection. I've been fighting it for quite a few months now. I can't find out a solution, so I want to find out the solution for it.
AI for Dora metrics.
Dora metrics collection.
Sounds great. We're gonna need more. I just put one up for complexity science. I am a complexity scientist. Very low in a gem on that. So do that. Who's next? Rachel Lee. Rachel Lee's closing us out tomorrow. I've been trying to get Rachel Lee to come talk at Devopsdays for like years. So excited you're here.
You're too kind. I would really love to get some folks in the room together to talk about how AI is going to impact how we use the internet. Currently, we use a browser, but what other modalities might be coming around the corner, and what are we thinking about developing them and developing for them?
This sounds like Death of the Browser vibes from where were we? Durham. That was the city. Who's next?
Distinctly not AI related. What I'm interested in talking about a little is project configuration management across an enterprise, making sure your Node or Python projects are configured using similar tooling. There's a lot of open source and paid products out there that do that, and I'm always looking to learn how other people are doing, solving the same problems that I have to solve, and that's a big problem that I historically have to solve.
Config across the enterprise?
Project configuration management, really across the enterprise. Repository configuration management, perhaps something similar to that.
Yeah, sounds related to platform engineering. Who's interested in hearing doing an open space on that? Got some hands. Pratik's doing an Ignite tomorrow. What's your open space, Pratik?
So hi, my name is Pratik Parekh, and my topic would be SRE is not, I mean, it is same as DevOps, and it is just on the job title. Kind of controversial.
Yeah, DevOps is the same thing as SRE.
SRE same as DevOps.
Yeah, I want to go to this. It's a good topic. I have opinions, folks. Who's next?
Hey, how you doing? So all of us work in tech or tech adjacent roles, correct? I'm just guessing. I want to do a quick talk on DevOps. We've all made mistakes. We've all effed things up. This is a safe space. Let's talk about how we've effed things up and maybe some solutions to how we solve those problems. Would you love to hear that conversation? I
DevOps.
would.
I think everybody wants DevOps. We've all been there. It's excellent. Kim's back. I can call you Kim, right? Yeah. This is great. You can. I encourage you to pitch more than one topic. We can always move them tomorrow if we get too much.
Hello again. So this one is using sociology to improve our brand problems and instances or issues that we come up with or we experience
Sociology to improve brain problems. I like that. Anybody else interested? Yeah, you got another one. Let's go. Brand improvement.
And I'm back. So we are all working harder than we've ever worked before. We don't have to go into the office to get work done. We're doing more with less. Burnout is real. It is affecting probably each of us in a different way in this room. Let's talk about how to deal with it, how to get past it, how to get through it, using community, using your network, using your resources. Does anybody want to talk about how we're dealing with burnout right now? I know I do.
That's awesome. You got one?
I'm interested in speaking about software bill of materials. So if S-bombs is something you're interested in, let's like chat about that.
S-bombs? We got some S-bomb folks in house. You're pitching one, Kate? Awesome.
So there's been a lot of open source license changes lately, and I don't know, I'd be interested in like hearing folks' thoughts about that. I mean, especially the changes to is the BSL recently. So yeah, open source.
Open source licensing. I need to know more about that than I do. Got any more? Somebody's being shy. Yeah, we got some more folks coming up. You can just go up and grab the mic, Cindy.
Bit of an evergreen topic, but I think it'd be fun to talk about getting talent for your side project or finding other people if you're working on a side project and how to collaborate. A lot of people are working on side projects right now, especially with all the AI stuff. So it'd be fun to kind of revisit that right now.
Awesome. Collaboration on side projects, how to find help. And yeah, come on up.
This is kind of in the same line. The economics for what you do with your DevOps pipeline for your side projects are completely different than what you would do at your enterprise. I'm curious to see what corners you're willing to cut and why when you're just shipping your own personal stuff.
Man, you're gonna hate what I got in my repo right now. Anybody else? Going one. How many do we got? Do we have enough, Andre? Think we're good? All right. We have enough for today. Sure, for sure. Okay, awesome. Well done, y'all. So how this is gonna work, do you wanna run them through the next steps here?
Yeah, so we're gonna figure out what's happening in which room, and then that'll be posted. Andre, where's that gonna be posted? Yeah, so that'll probably take us like 5-10 minutes. So go ahead and
Yeah, y'all can
take a
take
break.
15. I think they got some snacks out. And the first open space, the one we didn't pitch, John and Katie are gonna be doing a book signing in here, and we don't usually use the auditorium for an open space. Do it this time, and we're gonna do Deming, Lean, and AI in here. See what kind of conversation. So go get a snack, come back, we'll have the schedule posted, there'll be a book signing, you can get a copy of John's book, and then we'll break out into open spaces and see what surfaces. Thanks, y'all. So John's got a lot of books. Katie only has like 15. 15 we paid for, $1 on your own. You can buy one. But if we want to try to split the lines, drop around the sides so we're not like doubled up, if you're trying to get John's book, trying to get Katie's, maybe either or. Can we get a round of applause for Alex? He just asked if he could buy a book instead of taking a free one. That is amazing. Thank you, Alex. You're both a scholar and a gentleman.